1, 2, 3.
Super, alles klar. Dann kannst du das in deine...
So, good morning. Wonderful welcome to the third day of our 7th ownCloud conference. And as you probably all already know, today is the party time day. So before everybody's asking, the party is at 8 p.m. It's in the Harlem Bar, which is in Luitpoldstraße, for the people who were here last year. Same location as last year. And we'll have some fun and other things. And of course, tomorrow morning, gonna meet here again. So, if you want to listen to the Android workshop, who is here for the Android workshop to learn how to do free software on Android? Nobody? That's great, because that one would be upstairs. Who is here to listen to the Ansible talk? That's a couple of people. So the Ansible talk got moved to 5 p.m. today. Yeah? So that's going to be here later today, and we're certainly looking forward to that, because that's a great new deployment method we are introducing to more of our customers to deploy ownCloud in a very scalable and easy way. Great. So who is here to learn about how digital teams work together? Perfect, because you're in the right room. Great. So welcome everybody to that. And I'd like to introduce to you Dominik Lindner, who will talk with you about his journey with digital teams, digital cooperation, and I wish you a lot of fun with that. Dominik?
Thank you. I wish you a good morning from my side. Before I start with the presentation, I tell you some stuff about me. I hope it's not too loud. First of all, what I did before, I started after my study program as an IT consultant. I did my PhD about agility companies and digital teams. So all in all, what I did in my job, I also did as an academic. Then I worked at Norris Network, did a so-called Agile transformation, and soon after the 1st of October, I'm a proud member of ownCloud, and I look really forward to that. And also for the ownCloud guys, I will show you what I did before, what is probably my experience. And before I start with the presentation, I also want to contribute you what I personally did with ownCloud. I am kind of private user. I have a small RAID system at home. I have 2 hard disks, and I put it on ownCloud together. So if you also do this and you have troubles with your network, with open ports and stuff, you can talk with me. I also have some problems with my network provider. If you see it, it's in my living room. It looks like that. If you wonder what this is, I also have an alarming systems. So I'm a bit into the Internet of Things and sensors. So if you're also in this topic, you can talk with me the whole day. But that's just for the introduction. I want to go back with you in time to look what was the history of teams, the history of leading teams. If you go really back in time, in the Industrial Revolution, we had teams, and the leaders of these teams had only one purpose: to make teams effective, to use machines and people, to really use them to get the biggest result. So if you were a leader in this time, you was just pressuring people. That was your task. Then we went to the globalization. So all in all, we worked with people from different cultures together. You also had really a date after the Industrial Revolution where women were allowed to work. So you had men, before you had only men. Then you had women, you had people from different countries. So you started to work with different kind of peoples. So as a leader, the first time you started to check, hey, how I behave on different kinds of people. And then there came this diversity. We started to build other production halls in China, in America, in India, in Saudi Arabia, and we all tried to work together. And as I noticed, we tried since today. It's still an open issue, the cultural differences between people. It needs to be open-minded. After that, if you go a bit back in history, we noticed it's good to say, hey, let the teams be more self-organized. Let maybe teams decide what they want to do. So it really went from the classical leadership, as you know, this kind of boss. It went to a coach, to a sparring partner, to someone who enabled teams to organize themselves. And then we came to something we called Agile Teams. We started to work with methods like Scrum, and probably Kanban, and what else? There are many of these Agile methods. So this was the first time when I also started my job. I heard from leaders, hey, we have Agile Teams, and my job will be soon obsolete. So we talked about, hey, there will be no leaders anymore if we are fully in the Agile topics. And then, when I worked a few years, I came to so-called digital teams. Teams, they are divided in different areas, in different countries, and probably also sometimes in different time zones. And there was one day I was in my office. I was quite finished with my first project, and there came a guy to me and said, hey, I worked before in a company. This company had only one headquarter in Nuremberg. And since 25 years, this company is only in Nuremberg. Everyone is in the same building, and everyone is talking with each other. And then they told me I should go to Berlin. I should take the next train and go to Berlin. There is a guy. He works since 5 years in his home office in a single isolated project. And we should maybe start to build some virtual team in Berlin who works together with Nuremberg. And there was another guy, he went to Greek at the same time to do the same. So the company decided to scale and build 2 big virtual teams. So I took the train to Berlin, I talked with this guy, we also hired 1-2 people. And then I came back to Nuremberg and we told the people, hey, we will work now with a digital team. And I had the first reaction, no, just no, we cannot do this. It's not managed in some contracts with clients. That's dangerous. The next thing is stop talking about this agile and virtual teams. I'm fully annoyed. I saw other companies and they failed. We should not do this. And then the cool thing is we have no process for agile methods. That's my favorite sentences. I fully loved it. So I said, okay, then let's define some processes for agile. I found it on some companies. They have some nice things. Let's be agile. This is the process. 5 steps. If you do this, it probably fails. So I had all these issues, and then we said, okay, it's just a try. We start on a fully green field. So we said, okay, let's take us some clients. Let's take us some people who are willing to work with us. So I asked everyone who is not against this. Then I found a few people, and then we said, hey, let's try it to work together. And then we had goals and challenges. In total, I wanted that because I was not in Berlin, I was only 2 weeks in Berlin per month. So 2 weeks, this team was fully alone without a boss. And that was the big critic point, because everyone was thinking, hey, they will probably do nothing in these 2 weeks. If you never worked in a digital team, I think that's the first thing you think. So we had distributed teams and self-organizations, and we had the individual desires of the people and many plan changes of the clients. On the other side, we have the limits, we have human habits and human limits. And that was the thing. When you start first with digital teams, I was walking around and I remembered everyone, hey, if you have a meeting with someone in Berlin, you should call this person. they always forgot to call these people. Because in the beginning, we had no really virtual meeting rooms and stuff. So it was always necessary to put a box in the middle and to call these people. Or also, if you have a problem, that it's in your mind, hey, I should call this person. There is someone, some expert, somewhere outside of the building. And then I had the other thing, which was really a very hard and very long task. We had contracts, policies, and audits. So in general, some clients, they had places in the contracts. Then you need, if you want to work from somewhere, you need a kind of audit, especially for finance clients. So this was, in general, if you see this, it's in a fully contradiction. You have so much of paperwork, and you want, in the self-organized team, you want this kind of paperwork. But in the end, we started, and all in all, I started with 4 employees and 3 customers, and we started to buy tools. It's the first thing, we had no video conferencing, we had a not nice working phone conference tool, so we started with tools. And I will show you later the tools. But we started in this small room. I went to a co-working space and asked if we can have a room. And they gave us a room really this small. It was space for 2 tables. We were 4 people, and it really succeeded to put 2 tables in this room. And we had 1 window that was our daylight. It was very fast. We went to 6 people, and then we always decided who needs to do home office on this day. And we were 6 people in this small room. And after a short time in June, I had 8, and next to us there were a startup, and they decided to do another startup, and so the room next to us was free. Then we went to 8 customers and to 8 people, and I had 2 new customers in the virtual team. We also had customers who was asking for a virtual team. That was quite nice. And there was another guy. He was also a team leader, and he asked me, "Hey, I noticed you do this now since a few months. I also want to try it. I saw it, and it looks cool. I can scale, I can get new people, I can get new experts." So it was, I did really nothing. I told no one about it, and someone came from himself and asked, "Hey, can I help you? I also want to try it. Can you tell me?" And I was super happy. And then we came more forward to 14 employees. And in March, the last thing we were 26 employees. And we have now our own big office. And I want to show you how we did the structure, because the cool thing is, on the one hand, tools, and on the other hand, the team structure. When I started with up to 12 employees, we just did this 4 teams. And we said, hey, because of the fact that you can work whenever you want, and you also can work on the client you want. I never told someone, hey, this is your client. I just say, this is for clients, and you as a team, you are responsible that every one of these 4 clients are happy. And as an IT company, it's currently happy when the employee is happy and the client pays and the client is not complaining. That was our indicators in general. And in total, I asked the team, hey, do it like ever you want. And the team decided, hey, we have always 1 guy. He is responsible fully for the client. He is a bit also the face for the customer. And the others, they divided and said, hey, I take these 2 clients and I do the backup for these 2 clients and so on. This was the first team structure we had. And this was very scalable. If you have a 5th client, we put it behind. For my opinion, it worked up to 12 employees, because otherwise you have very, very big meetings. You have a high complexity. And it also leads a bit into chaos after a time. In my first conclusions, we learned that in the beginning you really need to do coaching. From the one hand, with people who are never worked in a digital team and people who worked only in a digital team, to put all these people together. So in general, you also need to motivate. You need always to motivate, hey, we don't really have the best tools, we maybe don't have the best processes, but we can establish them. I had very clear roles and goals. So we really said, hey, over large distance, if you are sitting in another office and you say, hey, someone is in the other office, you can never know what he's doing. That's why it's super important that you have a very clear goal and you write it down. It's important really to write it down. That's why I pronounce it double. We also have this kind of status reports, and status reports should be lean. Best case, they should be automated. I also show you later how our status reports looked. The other thing was building trust, and trust needs time, and from my opinion, many beer. So I had very much budget for team meetings and for traveling around. After the first 6 to 8 months, when people really saw each other enough, then you have trust against each other and also the commitment against each other. It really started in the beginning when you call someone, then you don't have the real commitment, then it's probably hard sometimes. And the meaningful delegation of tasks. But for this tip, I will show you later how our delegation channel looks. First, I show you the final structure in the end. We still had a kind of management. We were still a company with team leaders, department leaders, and so-called top management. And I said, hey, I do small squads. Usually a squad was a group of 3 to 5 people, and they was working together for one single client or for 2 clients. And I also had a squad for Ansible. We had one squad. He was just doing deployment and automation. So every squad had a clear role and a clear goal, and every squad decided if they want to have a leader or not. And in the middle, there was a so-called management, and the management was in total not. It was never a boss. It was more if you need some help, you can ask the management. Otherwise, the management works on the system and not on delegating people. I was in the middle in this management circle, and the thing I did in the beginning was building an environment. It's a bit like if you have your own garden. You look that your plants have water, that the temperature is right, and that the air density is good. Then we came a bit forward after the time, and it was inspired a bit by the Spotify model. So I said, with 26 people, you can start to do this stuff. So we said, hey, let's do chapters. And I also looked, that was a bit criticized in the company, because I said to people, hey, you are people, you have the potential to be good leaders. So I said, we do now a kind of leadership squad. And I said, it's free for everyone to join this leadership squad. Everyone who is interested in leadership can be in this squad. Because being in this squad is not a privilege, it's hard work. So we did all the squads, and the leadership was also in single squad. And the problem is when you have this, you have one disadvantage, and that's the technologies. For example, Oracle. For example, the development of Java, and so on. So we did chapters. So our squads were very cross-functional. So for example, we had an Ansible expert in every kind of squad. If you have this, the end result is that everyone do his own Ansible code. It's a full chaos because in every squad it's fully different. So we said, hey, you make a chapter of all the Ansible experts. And this Ansible chapter, they said, hey, how we want to write Ansible code. What is our codex? How is our standard to write it? So this chapter, they was meeting whenever they want, and they was checking all the Ansible activities in every squad. So if you really did some bad Ansible code, this chapter come to you and they talk with you, because you are against the codex, how we want to write the Ansible code. And we did this for every kind of technology, to really look that we really have at least some kind of standards in every squad. Because in the beginning, before we had this, you went to every squad and every squad was like a single company. And that's very hard for people to switch, because the main thing is to be very flexible. And to really check what we did, we coded. You can see we coded it on ourselves. We did some kind of attendance list. It was more for the feeling, also for the management. Everyone can just put in where he is. It was never like you cannot do so much home office like you want, for example. It's really just to know that everyone knows who everyone else is. So you can see who is sick, who is in home office, who is in holiday, who is in Nuremberg. Because I told the people, if you want to drive to Nuremberg or to Berlin, just do it. So you can see on every day who is in the office. If it's white, then it means you're in the office. And so we just did for the transparency. You can also see this guy said he is the whole week in home office. So it was never kind of limit. And I also never did a statistic about it. It was really just for the people, that you know where they are. Another thing you should know, we used a Rocket Chat. We decided very fast for the Rocket Chat client we did different chat rooms. Every squad had its own chat room, every chapter. And we had, you probably know it when you have a chat system, all these fun rooms where you do a bit socializing. We had a video chat with Zoom. We also bought some cameras. Everyone had his own headset, and we did our sessions in Zoom. I cannot tell you why it's probably the best solution, but we used it and it worked. Our documents we did in a Confluence. I heard it yesterday, the thing that a document should be living. And our living documents were in Confluence, and we had some filters that when someone is changing something, you receive just the part he was changing. That was, then you never needed to read a full document in the end. That was not bad. Then we used Jira. It was a dependence between sprints and Kanban. I really said to the teams, you need to decide how your client want to work. With some clients, we had software development projects, so we did Scrum. At other clients, they call it startup projects, but we call it chaos projects. So we did Kanban, that we have the maximum flexibility, because with Scrum it's hard when he is changing his requirements every day. That's a bit hard with Scrum. And I also had clients we did support, or clients who are more classical. So we had a ticket system. We used the OTRS. And in the end, everything looked like this. Oops. You had clients. And this clients was putting the whole day, it's like a small band. They put all the requirements to us. They really fired around 100 requirements per day to you. They call you, they write you mails, they put it in a system and whatever. What we did also with this leadership squad, we said, hey, everything was coming in from every kind of channel, we put on our central Jira board. And after it was on the board, we decided if it's a big project, then we put it on our project board. It was a kind of big epic. And then we was planning it, and then we was prioritizing the projects, because every client always had too much projects, and the best is if we start every project at the same time, but we don't have enough people. On the other hand, we said if it's really ad hoc and the client need it really in the next hours or in the next days, then we put it in on our Kanban board, and we had this kind of fast lane. So because we know that sometimes a manager is coming to the client, we need this in the next 10 minutes, otherwise this company will probably die and everything is escalating, then we said we have this fast lane. The problem on a fast lane is if you have a fast lane, everything goes in the fast lane. To avoid this, we said to the client that, for example, for one client, there was 2 people. They were managing us as a service provider, and every one of the 2 must be confirmed that it's in the fast lane. So you have very less tasks in the end in the fast lane. And that was how we worked. And you see, the main critical point is really that you get all the requirements from the client, because there's one thing you can never influence, and or you can hardly influence your client. You can do it over time, but you cannot do it overnight. What we can change overnight is our own system. And then it was important, because I still had the critical point that people are probably, if they are working, if they are happy, and what I do if I'm not in Berlin. I did this small cards. I did really small cards, and I had in my own 8 of the characteristics. So I asked people if they have fun, and then you can make the traffic light, and if they're delivering value, if they say it's easy to work. I also had some stuff with automatization, if they really like it or we should do more. And everyone, this controlling thing, we did it every 2 weeks, and it took us only 1 minute per squad, because everyone was just putting this card up. I was never able to do it digital, but I think that would be the next step. And the cool thing is you can measure culture, because when in my office I had it like you see in the background. And I never really cared what every single squad is thinking. That's part of the squad lead. I'm coaching him, I'm helping him, but for me it was important to work on the full system. If you look, for example, at the last thing, fun, you see it's everything green. So probably in this department we had fun. And then you see on our release processes, it's yellow and red. So I know that our general release process is probably not the best release process in this world. So I knew how I need to focus. On the support and the fun, I don't need to focus at the moment, but I need to focus on the release process and on the speed. And on this kind, you can measure your own soft factors. And if you see the arrows, I always told the squad leads, if you measure, for example, fun, and you had in the beginning also some yellow, and then you have only green, then the trend goes up. And if you see, if in this full thing there's arrows going up, then we have an improvement process. If you have arrows go down, then you see it turns not better. So you always wish arrows up, because then as a manager you do your job right. Otherwise you are just enjoying your office, and that's not what you want. After the soft controlling, which was, from my opinion, the most important thing, I also needed to do some harder controlling. we had kind of system for every squad. So every squad had its own Jira board or his own queue or whatever they wish. So I did it transparent that every squad can see what every other squad is doing, and it was possible to link tasks together if you are dependent to another squad. Because I never really wanted the silos. I never said no squad is working with another. I wanted that they work together. And you can see what they do, what is in progress. You can also see the waiting is super important, because it's also important for if we want to show it to the client, that the client see that we are waiting for him on 500 tasks. That's quite good. And in the end, we did kind of ticket. You had always a responsible for a ticket. And because we did very much time and material, we told them, hey, you can book your time. And I was never into booking time that you really work your 40 hours. I just wanted to know what is on the bill for the client. So in general, I was only interested if you work something the client should pay, then you can book it. And in the end, if you want to produce the bill, you have, for example, ticket number, then the subject, and then the hours. And the controlling, I did only per client and per squad. So in general, I was able to say all my squads are rentable in the end. All my squads do profit. And I don't know how much hours they work, but they do profit. And if you see it as a screenshot, we had I did it on an example from Jira. You can see in the end, here's it's a very small mask. Also, I did, because someone wished, we did some start-stop algorithm. I never really used it, but some people, they really started a task, click on start, and then they click on stop. That's also possible. For us, it was just important that we can tell the client what we did and how long we need it. And the best thing is, in the end, I was clicking on generating bill, and then I had a bill for every client. Saved us a lot of work, and our sales department was very thankful in the end. And for the last thing, I wrote all my recommendations down, all my learnings in this time. And in the first thing, it's quite good to start with some analyzing. If you really start with some virtual teams, it's the best to just look for roles, to look what you really need, to really calm down, take a glass of wine, and check what you really need and what you don't need. Because in the first thing, my first thinking was, hey, then let's do teams and team leaders and make a hierarchy. That's the first thing you usually think to go in the old structures. And then I was saying, hey, let's do a fully new structure. Then it's also important, Agile is not the end solution for everything. But Agile is an important part of your business. And it's important to use Agile on things you really need it. We never used it for every client and not for every part. I also did never really Agile in the support teams. Then you need also to use the flexibility of the Agile methods. Because when we did it later, some people had problems because you can say, hey, that's my Agile team, but I don't give you enough freedom because I still do micromanagement. And that's a hard thing for everyone else. Because Agile teams, they work with group pressure. It's your part as a team to really keep your culture, to really keep your speed, to really keep your performance. Then I call it leading as an attorney. My feeling was, when we also did more anyway, if it's a new technology, if it's a new method, if it's working different, you always need to defend it all the time. So I always looked to, because if you do something new and there is a kind of mistake, then the client say, hey, it's because of this new technology. But mistakes are super important because we can learn from it. So I was always defending it. We should stay at this way, even if it's harder, because that's the future. That's the future how we need to work and how we want to work. Then it's important to find a fitting method. It's how I said, Agile is not the answer for everything, but it's an important part. How to start? I found also in my research some tasks. Always when you start a change, you have always a small bunch of people who said, there's something new, yes, me. I want to join it. You should always start with these people. Never try to convince other people. Just ask around. You will always find someone in your company who is open for your idea and for your change. And then you have the so-called early adopters. For example, for the Apple Watch. When you have this Apple Watch and it's new, then you have these people who order it directly. They order it after the Apple keynote. And then you have these other people who say, hey, tomorrow I will look at my colleague's Apple Watch, and if it's fine, I will buy it. That's the same for Agile Teams. The first guy said, hey, Agile Teams, yeah, I want to join, or virtual teams, or new technology. And the others say, hey, I will check it. I will look at it for a few days, and if it's cool, I will also adopt it in my team. And then it goes more forward to the majority, and then you have always 20% in your company who will never do it. It's your decision what you do in the end with them. The good thing is, mostly when you do a change, it's never necessary to do it in the full company. There will still be some teams who can really work very good without a change. Yeah, what I also did, probably buzzwords and stuff, people smile about it. But it's sometimes good to use a buzzword to really have some name. And some buzzwords have really a broad acceptance in the world. So we said, hey, when we do something, we do some known stuff. People already know about it, because otherwise it's hard to explain everything. And the last thing is the clear roles and goals. It was never really the processes. It was just that everyone knows. I did some team workshops, and I asked everyone why you are getting out of your bed and joining our company every day. And we did clear visions and goals for the squads, and sometimes also for the individual level. And we was writing them down and printed that on small. I never told the squads to do this, but they printed banners, they printed flags with their vision on it, and they did a small logo for every squad. I know in the management 3.0, it was the recommendation to do the T-shirt test. So every squad should design their own T-shirts. My squads decided to do flags and put them in the living rooms and everywhere. I was really surprised how the spirit in the squads was. And in the end, some squads even had their own languages, because I had no plan what they are talking about. That's, in my opinion, the level I really reached. And the last thing is also to establish the status reports. Transparency, especially in a digital team, super important. And if you want to look, I was blogging very much in the last years about it. It's in German. You can also download some stuff if you want. I wrote some books about it. If you are a German speaker, you can download them for free. I just put a password because it usually costs some money, but I give it to you for free. Just tell no one. And thanks for your listening.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Dominic. I guess next year we're going to hear how you improve digital teamwork at ownCloud and how you used way more ownCloud in the life.
Yes.
Any questions? Okay. No questions. Perfect. We are taking a 10-minute break, and at 11 p.m. we'll be back with the very, very newest on the special features for iPad professional users in the iOS application. Really looking forward to that, to learn what the cool, productive stuff is we can do. Thank you. See you at 11. Wonderful. Perfect. Welcome back, everybody. Our next session is about the great new ownCloud iOS app, which got a brand new architecture. And this lesson is about that we learn what the great new features will be, how we support the iPad in particular, and particular all the new features which will be coming with iOS 13. And likely that's going to be launched. Is it launched already, iOS 13, or later in September?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
It will be launched for the iPhone, and in the end of September it will be launched for the iPad.
Perfect. Then we're really keen to learn about that. So thank you so much for showing us that.
Thank you, Holger. Everything? Okay. Good morning, everybody. My name is Matthias Hühne. I am the mobile lead developer for the ownCloud mobile apps, and I'm also one of the core developers for the iOS app. And I'm working since January for ownCloud, and I'm really proud to have my first public talk here at ownCloud conference. And today, as Holger mentioned, I will talk about using the ownCloud app on the iPad as a power user with iOS 13. And so this talk is not only for power users, it will show you what you can do with the ownCloud app on the iPad, and maybe after this talk you will be a power user. I'm really interested in. At first, I want to give you a short overview of the new ownCloud iOS app. We had the first commit last year in February, and we worked really hard to get this into the App Store, and we had the release in June 2019, and now we are working on version 1.1, and hopefully it will be released soon, and then we have feature parity with the old app with the main features. And in the meantime, we are also working on version 1.2, which will have mostly iOS 13 features, and it will be also available this fall. And now I will show you some of these features we've implemented. And what I also want to say is I'm really proud that that we have, as a developer, we have the creativity to implement our ideas, and I think this is one of the goal features of open source. And I want also say thank you to Holger Dürrf and Tobias Gerlinger, which makes this possible. This is one point why the app is so great, and I'm really sure this is one advantage to the competitors. And I also want to say thank you that we have so much great developers in our team with a long-term experience. I want to say thank you to Felix Schwarz and Michael Neuwirth. He will also have a talk after this. To our QA, Jesus Rösler, and our product owner, Michael Stengel. And I also think Pablo is here today. He developed the app in the beginning. Okay, now a short definition of what is a power user. Is a power user who can hold the iPad in the correct orientation, or is a power user a user who can install apps from the App Store, like our ownCloud apps, or who is using the iPads in the daily working environment? I think we cannot get a conclusion, and everybody should decide by itself if he is a power user. And I will mention a sample. There's a blogger, his name is Federico Vidici. He has a very popular blog for Mac and iOS, and he is trying to use only the iPad for everything he's doing in his digital life. And I think he had some problems in the beginning, but every year Apple will implement new features, and it's getting better and better, and I think we can today see some samples. We have also a question why we're using a tablet. Why we don't longer use a desktop computer. And we can see this because mobile space growing every year, and with some reasons, I think it's depending on the mobile usage and use cases. Maybe you are a sales agent or a student, and it's better to work on an iPad as on our old laptop. And so I think it's getting more and more important, and this is one reason why we want to put some effort into the iPad app. And our customers mostly using clients when they're using the ownCloud, and it's also important to give the customers a good user experience. And why especially the iPad if you're using a tablet? Yes, it's the most sold tablet in the world, and I think this have some reasons. I think this iOS security and privacy is one reason, because Apple putting so much effort in this area. And in the beginning, the iOS was really had no so much features because it was very important for Apple to be secure. And after years, they had time to implement the same features as we know it from Android, but it is really secure. And now with iOS 13, we are coming to a point where you can use the iPad really as your desktop computer replacement. And I think security and privacy is also one main goal of ownCloud, and that's why we should not use iOS as a client. And I have one question. Is the iPad not so powerful as a desktop computer? Maybe we will see. I have some more questions later. With iOS 13, Apple implemented shortcuts, especially with parameters. And we had shortcuts before in iOS 12, but we have more possibilities in iOS 13. And now I want to give you a short overview of the Shortcuts app. Shortcuts gives the user a huge library of actions, and these actions are really easy to use. So you can build, create, run, and automate powerful workflows, and you don't know a third party. You don't need a third party app to run these actions, but you can. As a third-party developer, you can provide more actions to make the Shortcuts app more powerful. Shortcuts will come pre-installed on the iPhone and on the iPad with iOS 13, and you can run all these workflows across your devices. So, and what's also new in iOS 13, you have automation to run workflows if a trigger will be activated. So you can set a trigger if you are leaving home, or if you reach the office, or if you are connected with your home Wi-Fi, or on a special time. It's really powerful, and there are really great opportunities for this automation feature, because you can run automated backups if you are connected with your home Wi-Fi. You can have automated time tracking when you go into the office, or if you leave the office. You can write these times into a comma-separated file or something, and you can also have automated document downloading if you go into your company network. So I think there are so much possibilities for this really great feature. And now I will show you a demo how this app looks like and what you can do with this Shortcuts app. So just give me a second. Okay, I think you can see my screen. This is the Shortcuts app, and here are my personally workflows. And here you can see the library of available actions, and it's like a programming language with some pieces, but you don't have to code. You can drag everything of these actions from the library into your workflow. So maybe I will show you what's also possible. You can have location actions. You can actions for documents, append to a file or save file, append to a note, quick look, media files. And also some basic scripting actions. And I prepared a workflow on the right side. This is working with our new ownCloud app. And as you can see on the right here, I want to get directory listing from the clipboard directory. And especially from this configured account, you can also change the account where you want to reach the item. And then I'm getting the first item of the directory listing, and I copy this item into my iOS clipboard. So I can try to run this. And as you can see, there's a problem because the path does not exist. So, okay, we can implement this very easy with our new app. At first, I think it's better to copy something into the directory. Okay. Now we're having the same problem because the directory does not exist. Now I will show you which actions we have for the new app. So I can I can check if a file, if a path does exist. So just give me a second. Okay. So I'm looking if the path clipboard exists in my demo account, and I will get a Boolean as a result. So I go into scripting, and if path exists is true, then I can proceed with get the clipboard and save it into the path. And if it does not exist, I will create a folder. Eigentlich nicht, ne? So, I think we have some video problems. Okay. So creating the folder. Clipboard and the root folder, and for the same account. And now doing the same, get clipboard. And save the file. In the same account. So, and before I have to copy something into my clipboard, copy, and now I can run the action. Okay, we have to accept that we want to copy this from the website, and then I am getting a result, a path that the clipboard was copied into this folder, and before we created the new folder. Now I can go into the app and opening the account. As you can see, we're having here a new folder clipboard and with a file inside. And I think this is very cool to have you can build your own clipboard manager without any cloud service like ownCloud, iCloud or something. And you can also have a platform-independent clipboard manager with Android. I think this is really powerful. And okay. So you can also do some other strange things with shortcuts. It's so powerful. So you can also create. Okay. So going into sleep mode. Yeah. Okay. And you can, as a student, you can generate your own pages. So I want to have a line page, and I'm not sure what's wrong. Now the computer is not sleeping. So try to reconnect the monitor. Okay. So you can really do some powerful things with shortcuts. I don't have time to show you everything. You have to play around with it, and it's also easy if you are not a developer to build your own daily workflows.
I have seen a markdown to PDF converter with ownCloud.
Yeah. No, this is a custom workflow. It's so easy. You only need 3 actions, but I'm not sure if this is the current version. I can, if you have questions, you can come to me later, and I can show you how easy it is. It is so easy to read a markdown file and convert it into HTML or rich text format and export it to PDF. And you can also run these actions right in the app. It's really cool. Okay, now I want to proceed with the next. topic. And the next topic is keyboard commands. So I think an iPad is not so powerful because of a missing hardware keyboard. But maybe you know you can connect a hardware keyboard with Bluetooth or with USB. And with keyboard commands, you can really work faster. And for that, we implemented this in our ownCloud app. And you can now control the whole app without touching the screen. So I will show you how it works. So I have here a keyboard. You don't need an Apple keyboard. You can also connect any other USB keyboard or Bluetooth keyboard. And now I have here my switcher, my app switcher, going into the ownCloud app. And then here I'm not on the iPad. I can control everything, I hope so. iOS 13 is a little bit buggy, and we need to restart the app. Okay, now I'm not on my iPad, and you can see I can control the complete UI. I can go into this account, and then if I long press on the command key, you can see all actions which are possible for this selected item. We have 2 views. And then, okay, I want to create a new folder, command new. And now we're having a new folder. And now I can upload a media file. So and I can also go through these files and can select a file, and then I need to press Command U to upload this file. Everything's done without touching the iPad. Then I can also go into the settings and change the theme. So we have some cool theme to classic. And I think this is really powerful, and it's working like a desktop computer. And now I will switch not to Git, to Keynote. We have also implemented multiple windows. So the iPad is not so powerful because of not having application windows. And Apple improved this with iOS 13 a lot. So, third-party apps can have more than one app instance and more than one app window, and this is really great. And we also implemented UI state restoration, which means if your app was killed in the background or the system terminated the app, and when you start the app again, all windows will be restored, and the UI will start at the same point as you finished the app. This is really, really cool. So, and the question is the ownCloud app a file manager or not? So maybe we were handling file. Would be cool to have an old-style midnight commander, I think so. And I will try if this will work. So going back to the ownCloud app, and now I have configured 4 accounts. And if I long press on an account, I will get a context menu, and now I can open this account in a new window. And Now we're having 2 windows side by side. So with the same structure because it's the same account. And now I can move the PDF file directly on the other window, and this is very cool, I think so. It will sync side by side, everything is in sync, and it's so powerful to have more than one window. I can also open the PDF document, or I can close the window, if no longer need this. And then I'm going into the documents folder, long press on the PDF file, and then I can have this PDF file in a new window. And you don't have to, have the same app side by side. You can also have Safari on the left side and ownCloud on the right side. It's possible, and it's also possible to have more than 2 windows. You can have so much windows you need. So I'm opening this folder in a new window, and iOS has a really cool app overview. And as you can see, there are at the moment 3 open ownCloud windows, and that's 3 app instances. So it's really, really cool what you can do with this feature. Okay. Now I will show you some more iOS 13 features we already implemented. And the iPad is not so powerful because I cannot read from a USB drive. And Apple give us a possibility to connect a USB stick to the iPad, and now you can read content from this USB stick. So I cannot show you a demo because the setup is a little bit strange to show the iPad on my laptop, but I made a screenshot, and you can trust it's possible. So I have here. Give me a second, so I can filter for images in our app, and I can see here's a new screenshot. And on the left side, you can see all file providers connected to the Files app in iOS, and you can also see a USB item, and you can easily import files directly into ownCloud by adding a new file, or you can store items on the USB stick. So this is really powerful. And now I also want to show you some new iOS 13 features. We have also implemented a really cool document scanner, where with this feature you can directly import files into the ownCloud app. So I have here a document. Okay. Hopefully I can bring it back, yeah. No. Okay, now I'm back. And I'm choosing here a directory. And now we have a new action, scan document. And here I have a a document I want to scan, and the system automatically recognizes the document. So, and now I have also some options to change from color mode to grayscale to black and white, or if I want to use a raw photo, it's also possible. So now I'm deciding for grayscale, and I can also crop the scan if it not was really perfect. And okay, that's done. Now, next document, what I want to append and then keep scan. So, now you can save this document as a PDF file, JPEG file, or PNG. Okay, and now it's directly imported into the ownCloud app without using a third-party app. And so I think this is also a really cool feature. Now, next point, not sure. So, you can also, Apple also integrated a download manager in Safari. So you can finally save files in a folder you have chosen before. So I can also go to select the ownCloud. Okay. Sorry. I can also select a folder, and every file downloaded in Safari will be saved in your ownCloud. And I also have one more thing, I think so. So every iOS talk should have a one more thing, and it's a markup feature we have now in iOS 13. You can mark up images in every document, and you can use a finger or a pencil to mark up a document. It will come later, maybe not in version 1.2 for our app, but I can show you how it's working at the moment, and I can also show you the powerful PDF viewer Michael mentioned in his talk on Tuesday. So I'm going back to demo. Now I have here the file I scanned with the camera, and now we have a new markup feature. And as you can see, there is you can choose a pencil or a rubber or something. Now I'm choosing the black one, and now I can sign here or not. So I think it's a little bit, it's not so nice, but it's a signature, okay. And now I will save the markup. You can choose if you replace a file, if you want to save it as a copy. And now it's saved. Or you can go into photos, and so this bridge needs some color, I think so. It's really cool what you can do with your finger or with a pencil. Okay, I think I mentioned everything. Now we also have a test flight built for you, version 1.1, and also you can play with these features in version 1.2, and you can join our test flight program. We have a blog post how you can do this. And if you not have already downloaded our app, use your camera and scan the QR code and get it right from the App Store. So thank you very much for listening, and if you have some questions, please feel free. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Matthias. Any questions about the iOS app?
Okay. Just wait for the microphone, please.
Okay, you mentioned the possibility to scan images, for example. Can you adjust them because you always have like an angle when you take a photograph, so that you can make it a proper square?
So you can. It will work better if you don't have a presentation at the same time. But the system will automatically detect the edges, and then you can automate it, make the scan, or you can adjust the edges of the document. So it's possible to change this. And you can also have a square or something. It don't need to have in landscape mode or a portrait mode.
You used the app as a file manager. It's possible to move files between two accounts, for example. I don't know if it's a use case, but would it be possible?
Yes, you mean the multiple window view? Yes, you can move accounts, you can move files or folders between accounts only with your finger. It's possible.
I have a question in that regard. So the multiple windows you were showing on the iPad, each one of them can have a different account?
Yes, I can also.
No, I believe you. I believe you. I'll test
you
it
can
myself.
have a different account. Yes, yes.
I was just when I saw it, I was wondering, wow, can I now really move from accounts to accounts?
Yes.
Great. The desktop client can do this for a while.
Yeah. Yes, it's now also possible with the iPad. It's powerful.
This works on iPads as well. And with that, thank you. And I think next we're gonna learn how this great iOS application can be ported to a Mac. Is that right? Yep. Okay, let's see that. Okay. Any more questions on the iOS pad while we're waiting for the technical setup in that regards? Yep. No? Perfekt.
Perfekt. Ja, ich habe ja auch hier. Check. Okay, hello everybody. My name is Mikahil Korotaev. I work with ownCloud on the new iOS client. and today I'm going to tell you about ownCloud app's journey to the Catalina Island. So, what is Catalina Island? That's a beautiful island located in Pacific Ocean, and the notable fact about this island is that it has a population of 4,096 inhabitants, which is power of 2, and at the same time virtual memory page size on Intel architecture, and that's probably the reason why the Apple has chosen the name Catalina for the new macOS release. But yeah, this is not the purpose of this talk to show you beautiful islands. I rather will tell you about our experience of porting our new iOS client to macOS Catalina using the brand new Catalyst technology, which used to be called Marzipan. So, but actually Catalyst is not the first attempt to bring iOS apps to the Mac. So it all started about 10 years ago when iOS developers have become serious about creating powerful apps, and there was a company called Icon Factory. So maybe you remember their apps. It was a game RampChamp and the beautiful Twitter client Twitterific. So, and they ported those apps to the Mac using their own framework. It was their attempt to bring UIKit to the Mac. So it was called Project Chameleon, and it's still around. I checked, the website is still alive, but nobody seems to use it. So, and there were several attempts later on, and in year 2018, Apple has shown a sneak preview of the Catalyst, and they announced that it's going to be available on Mac in 1 year, and it's going to be very easy using this technology to port existing iOS apps to the Mac. So, and if you use macOS Mojave, you already tried Catalyst, because Apple has created voice memos, home app, and I don't remember what was the third one. Yeah, but so they basically used this technology for their own apps for about a year, and probably they work on it already for a long time. And in 2019, at the Worldwide Developer Conference in California, they announced that Catalyst will be a part of macOS Catalina release, and starting with Xcode 11, developers will be able to bring their apps to the Mac. So, and the reaction of the public to the release of Catalyst was a little bit mixed, and there was a lot of skepticism. So some people even said that Catalyst is a new Carbon because it's kind of intermediate solution, and it was announced at the same time the new Swift UI framework was announced, which supports both platforms. Oh, sound. So in this talk, I will try to answer following questions. So how does Catalyst can help us to make our apps better and make our customers happy? So what compromises we have to live with, and what restrictions we will have with Catalyst? And Apple said that porting your app to the Mac is as easy as clicking single checkbox in Xcode, compile it, and it will run. But is it actually that easy? So usually if Apple releases some new technologies, there is some stuff which is broken, and I will tell you what is broken in Catalyst. And I even had some experiences which made me really pulling hair out of my head, and I had to open a bottle of wine when I was sitting in the evening and trying to solve another bug. So then I will show you a demo of ownCloud app running on Mac, and also tell you about what can be done in the future with Catalyst. So what do you get? when you compile your iOS app for Catalyst, so you're gonna get the window management with multiple windows. You're gonna get the native Mac toolbar in the top. You get the menu as in any other Mac app at the very top. And then you will have most of the UI kit controls mapped to the Mac controls. And so in this window, you pretty much see the iPad app Matthias was presenting in the previous talk. So here's a little bit more detailed information on what you're getting. So the context menus of the iPad app will be translated into native Mac context menus, which will appear on the right mouse click. If you are using settings bundle for settings, you will automatically get the preference pane as in other Mac apps. So all UI kit controls are adapted to the mouse and keyboard input, since you don't have the touch. Well, you have touch on Mac, but as a trackpad, and you will also get the trackpad gestures like pinch to zoom and stuff like this. So the UI kit content is scaled at 77%. So, which means if you had a window on the iPad, I don't know, 1000 by 1000 pixels, it's going to be 770 by 770. And of course, you using Catalyst, you can reach broader customer base, and use your existing iOS code base, do few adaptations, and then release it on the Mac App Store as a Mac app. But what do you actually lose using Catalyst? You lose a feel of the native macOS app. It feels like an iOS app running within the typical Mac window. So in the Mac apps, you usually don't have deep navigation stacks, which users are accustomed to on iOS. So you rather have a window with a split view, or for every new view, new windows appears on Mac. So it's a different paradigm, and so it's kind of against user habits on Mac. And you don't get dynamic type. It's not available on macOS. So most of the native macOS APIs are not accessible. So for instance, you have a window and you cannot change its title because the NS window instance is not accessible. Or you cannot, so what I was trying to implement when porting the app, the open-in feature where I would query the list of apps from the systems which are able to open a certain file, and this is typically done using launch services, but launch services are not available on Catalyst as well. Extension support is limited, so in our iOS client, we include the file provider extension, but file provider is not supported in Catalyst, unfortunately. So also, documentation states otherwise, but when you try to compile it, the Xcode will complain that it's not available. So some of the iOS frameworks are not accessible to Catalyst as well. For example, the AR kit is not available. And as I said, so you cannot change the title of the window. The toolbar is very static, so it's not easy to change the toolbar contents based on your current navigation context. So now let's see what is happening when you actually do the very first step of porting your iOS app to the Mac. So you click this checkbox in the Xcode, and you hope that it will just work. But Xcode does many things behind the scenes. So it tries to be intelligent and generates new bundle identifiers and group identifiers. And in my experience, the first attempt to do that didn't work out. And also it activates sandboxing. And this was one of the biggest headaches when doing this port. And you don't actually have access to sandboxing so you cannot deactivate it from Xcode UI. You have to open entitlements files manually and disable it there if you want to debug it without sandboxing. And clicking this checkbox also removes all incompatible framework extension targets from your project. So what issues did I encounter when I was porting this app? The first one was so if you want to use third-party libraries with Catalyst, even if those libraries are compiled for Intel architecture, they are not directly linkable. So there was an error in Xcode saying something like, yeah, it's a x86 architecture but, compiled for macOS, but I'm not macOS, I'm Catalyst, so sorry. And Apple actually doesn't provide any information on how to solve this, and I found a single correct answer, and actually you have to set some compile flags which set some minimum macOS version and ABI interface stuff. So I had a lot of debugger issues with Xcode. So on Xcode 11 beta running on macOS Catalina, debugger is behaving very strange from time to time. So, for instance, it takes you up to 30 seconds if you step over one line of code, or it doesn't hit breakpoints where you set them, and things like that. So, sandboxing, actually, the activated sandboxing prevented us from writing some database files we use to cache internal information in our SDK. So, and I will show you in a minute the one of the biggest headaches I had with this. There are a lot of deprecated APIs, and some of the deprecated APIs I actually removed in iOS 13. So it's advisable to first try to compile your app at least for iOS 12, where you will see the list of deprecated APIs. So you have a chance to fix this before you actually start the porting to Catalyst. So code signing issues. So the first build could not be done also because we have copied some license files into application bundle, and Xcode declined to sign this bundle unless I remove these files. But the error message was very cryptical, and it was not easy to find out what is actually happening. So, and the development environment is very unstable. I've seen a lot of crashes in Xcode on Catalina, and also in the PDF viewer in Mac Preview, where I tried to keep some WWDC sessions open, the PDF files, and it was crashing constantly. So, and this was a very strange bug. We are using this OC sync exit macro in our SDK a lot, where we first create a semaphore, execute the code, pass to the macro, and then we wait on the semaphore. And so I compiled the app finally, and I launched it, and I have seen the window, and I was very happy to see it. And then I clicked the plus button to add a new account, and it was working. I was like, wow, it works. And then I continued to type my account credentials, and when I said, OK, create, so it was just hanging, and the spinning beach ball was there. And then I have seen where it happens in this spin-up pipelines method, and I set the breakpoint on the very first line of the code, which obviously should be hit by the debugger, but it didn't. So, and I was like, maybe this macro was optimized away by the compiler, and so many questions have arisen in my head, like this one. So, is the debugger broken? Xcode is broken. Maybe the compiler, which is not generating the correct code. macOS broken? You know. So, but then I checked the assembly code generated by the compiler, and it was fine, though. So it was not, so the relevant method calls were not optimized away. And actually, this issue was just the sandboxing. When I disabled sandboxing, it was working fine. So challenges when porting the iOS app to the Mac. So different UI paradigms. iOS apps are optimized for the touch input, and Mac apps are rather optimized for mouse and keyboard. Interactions with objects. On macOS, you just don't expect, if you have a list of objects, that when you click one of the objects that, so for instance, in a file list, that the file will be immediately opened. So you rather expect that it will be just selected, and then you need some other action like double click to actually open it. So as I said, toolbar is not really suitable for dynamic context. Also in the Apple human interface design guidelines, they say that you should try to keep it static. And if you want to use some context-based actions, just put some gear button there and use a context menu. And Mac Catalyst is not equally a Mac OS because many things are not available to your app. But there are solutions. So if you search on the net, there is this very famous hacker on Twitter, Steve Thornton-Smith, who actually managed to include Apple application bundles into Catalyst-based apps, where actually you can put your Mac-related code into the plugin and then just load it at runtime and execute it. So, but I don't know if this solution would be suitable for the apps which can be shipped through the Mac App Store. Probably Apple will not allow that. So then you have different application lifecycle behavior on Mac. So your application never goes into background. It's almost always active and foreground. And it can run forever, and if you leak memory, it might be a problem, because the app is never terminated unless user does it. So, and most of the new APIs, unfortunately, in macOS Catalina and iOS 13 are not documented. So you open the documentation page, and it just says no overview. So now let me switch to the demo and show you the actual app in action. So I have Xcode here. I will just run the Catalyst version of the ownCloud app. Boom. You see native macOS application. Setting work. So we can, for instance, try to change the theme. So you have accounts, you have also multiple window support. So you can create a new window. Oops. Spinning fishbowl. So you open the account and you see. So this is, by the way, this is a new UI hover gesture recognizer, which forwards mouse hovering events to your app, and I implemented it. So to showcase it, I'm just highlighting the file above which the cursor is right now. So you see in the toolbar, this is a Mac native toolbar, we have these buttons. Unfortunately, the menu does not appear where I want it to appear, but it works. So I can create a new folder. Yeah, and it works. Photos. You can use cursor keys to navigate between the photos in the gallery. The PDF viewer works. You can also use the keys to navigate. You have table of contents, thumbnails, full text search. But in my experience, the PDF is quite unstable, so we just have some crash in core graphics. But it's not our fault. Preview from Apple crashes even more. So you have access to your photo library. You can upload photos. Works as well. Here the plus button is supposed to create a new account, but for some reason it doesn't work. Yeah, but as you see, most of the stuff is working. So let me switch back to the presentation. So Catalyst is definitely usable for certain types of apps. And if you look at the Apple owns app, which are ported using Catalyst, you will see a certain pattern. So it's always single window, split view, static toolbar, static title bar. Yeah, and you have to beware of the challenges you will encounter along the way, like instabilities, bad documentation, APIs not available, and things like that. And my advice is to keep as much as possible of the business logic out of your views, and refactor it before you start porting. Keep your UI responsive, use auto layout, it will help. So if you do it, it will just work mostly. And as I said, start at least with the iOS 12 deployment target to see what APIs have been deprecated. So, and also sandboxing. Disable it until you get something which is running, and then you can maybe step by step enable those restrictions. And also, I would suggest consider a proper Mac OS port and have a look at the Swift UI, which is a brand new framework, which probably will be a long-term thing Apple is going to support. And Catalyst is probably just an intermediate solution to use it to bring existing apps fast to the Mac App Store. Here I compiled a list of resources which were useful, so if slides will be available somewhere, you can have a look. And thank you. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much. So how long you think we're gonna continue to do the ownCloud Mac OS app for the Mac, the native one?
I'm not sure about the plans on the existing desktop
What's
client.
your opinion? Meaning, when is this as good as the one which we currently have?
I think my personal opinion is it would be best to use new file provider APIs on Catalina and pursue the existing desktop client and maybe make it more native, because the Catalyst app just doesn't feel right. You don't want to use this UI to manage your files. You rather want to use Finder on Mac.
Here we go. So this is kind of an experiment.
It's kind of an experiment.
We're happy when people continue to use the desktop app for macOS.
Yep.
And we're looking forward there for the file finder integrations, which the new Catalina delivers to us as well. Perfect. So thank you so much. Please, everybody stay in the room. We're switching things quite a bit now and coming to one of our gold partners, Bechtle, who is talking now. Where is Thomas? He's talking now about how Bechtle provides ownCloud to its customers in different ways, and we're looking forward to that. Do we?
Yes, so it's going to be there in a couple of minutes.
Okay. So just 1 minute. Okay. Welcome back to the ownCloud conference. We have one of our gold partners, Bechtle, show us how this nice mug might be connected to the cloud. So we're really keen on that, but otherwise looking forward to understand what Bechtle has to offer, how they offer ownCloud in a variety of ways as a secure file exchange. And with that, Heiko, thank you so much.
Okay, guys, welcome. Actually, let me tell you the most important part. It's not an IoT device, it's just a cup, right? Before you're waiting for the great IoT pitch here right now. Okay. Actually, what I would like to do in the next couple of minutes is to share some slides with you which we are used to use in customer situations. So it's a slide deck I did not exactly prepare for this conference, but which can give you an impression what Bechtle is doing in cooperation with ownCloud in the German market. Yeah, so I will skip some slides and will even explain some slides quite shortly, based on the fact that you definitely know more about the technology of ownCloud than I do. So whenever you would like to have a detailed discussion about technology and ownCloud, you have to grab my colleagues, which are right outside, left from the door, who are the expert in this. But let me start. So actually, what will I talk about? I would like to talk about two things with you today. First of all, let's talk about this tool, which is a cup. Yeah? And the second thing is, let's talk about, let's say, not money, but let's talk about gold. Yeah? And somehow it's talking about money, but let's talk about gold, and let's start with the gold first. Bechtle is one of ownCloud's gold partners here in Germany, because we are mainly focused on Germany. And let me explain to you what Bechtle is, under the working assumption that you are not so familiar with the German market. So Bechtle is is the biggest, in Germany we say Systemhaus, the biggest integrator in Germany with respect to IT services and IT infrastructure. So we have about more than 10,000 employees. About our revenue is more than 4 billion euros in the German market, and the related market, or the close market to Germany, so the DACH region, which is Germany, Switzerland, and Austria. And what is quite important is our customer structure. Of course, we are serving enterprise customers, but the root of the success of Bechtle, which is the basis to pay 10,000 people a monthly salary, is that we have a very strong ownership of customers in the small and medium enterprise market, the SME market, so KMU in Germany, and in the public arena. And we are also facing a lot of hidden champions, gehobener Mittelstand in Germany here, which means there is a very strong sales capacity and access to the market here in Germany based on our customer position. This is a slide which I borrowed out of some official slides of Bechtle, which is explaining what professional service means for Bechtle. And if you have a look on this a little closer, you will realize that we are delivering everything, more or less, which is not a surprise. If you're running business with 10,000 people, then you need to deliver a lot. And I picked out some of this stuff which is related to ownCloud, or which is related to potential customers of ownCloud in Germany. And these topics, which we are able to deliver all over Germany, gives us the chance to be, on the first hand, from a customer perspective, a perfect integrator for the customers delivering ownCloud solutions and ownCloud technology. And by this, of course, and that's, I'm pretty sure, one of the reasons why Jörn was quite interested in a cooperation with us, of course, gives ownCloud a very high potential to create some sales tractions in the German market. So, and this, gentlemen, is the reason why we came into the conclusion that we would like to set up a gold partnership together with ownCloud to bring your technology, your solutions, together with our sales capacity, with our professional service competences and capacity to attack the German market. Now let's have a look on our customers. And I don't know, does somebody know this nice picture here? It's the Canvas business model. Yeah? So if we have a look into the business models of our customers, or let's say into the future digitalized business models of our customers, one important issue is that digital business models are mainly depending, it's not visible here, are mainly depending on interaction with your, hang on a second. No, on interaction with your partners, on interaction with your customers, on your channels, and interaction with your key resources, which implies success in digital value chain is depending on interaction and information exchange. Customers need, for their future access in a digitalized world, they need open value chain, distributed value chain. And this is exactly what we are able to provide to our customers to implement their open value chain, because what they have to do is they need data exchange, secure data exchange, and lots of these customers have their data not in the cloud. They have the data in their data centers. In very often situation, it's even not the data center. It's their keller, or it's this PC standing somewhere in some offices. If you have a look into smaller companies, somewhere in some offices they have a PC with some storage, and that's their data lake in quotes. And what they have to do now to implement new business models, they need to share these data with their customers. They need to share this data with their partners, with their suppliers. And it's very complex for them to implement this kind of data exchange, and especially to do this in a secure way. And that's exactly where we tackle the market. As I mentioned in the beginning, guys, this is a presentation I'm used to give to our customers. So what I usually do is, because I'm a very lazy guy, I usually show this video. Some of you might know it. It's a very nice, short video explaining what ownCloud is doing. I will skip this right now because you know more than this video can ever explain. And let's just pick out one screenshot of this video, which is this one. Because this screenshot is perfectly, for me, explaining what ownCloud is doing. ownCloud collect all the data in the organization, in the company, all the data in your storage devices, and provide them in a secure way to the market. And which means here is the data, and ownCloud is giving this data to your open value chain, or to the value chain of our customers. And this is exactly the place where Bechtle jumps into the game. On the one hand, as I explained in the beginning, we have a huge sales power. On the other hand, we can do all the integration, but we are even able to enhance ownCloud by some additional value add. And if we have a look at this cup, this is a very useful, well-established tool, isn't it? I'm pretty sure everybody of you used a cup in his life, maybe even in the last 24 hours. And this, in a way, is ownCloud, a very reliable tool, very important for your past, even for the future. And what we could do at Bechtle is we can enhance this cup. We can enhance this cup with a logo, yeah, because now it's Bechtle, or Bechtle powered by ownCloud, however you would like to name it, which is, in a way, one part of our partnership. What we can do as Bechtle is we can enhance the functionality the value proposition of this cup by even another feature, which is this teeny weeny wheel in the middle. You can't see it because it's black with a black background. And this thing is the value proposition of Bechtle. It's the brand and it's additional value to the customers, serving more than just ownCloud to the customers. And that's where this little wheel in the cup, let me explain this to you, is that the storage, or let me explain it different. I think the typical scenario is customer brings storage in the ownCloud solution. There is the storage, ownCloud as a platform delivering the services by ownCloud. And what we offer as Bechtle is that we can even offer to our customers, we can take care on your storage. We can run your storage in your data center below your desk as a managed service, or we can even move, as a forklift maybe, move your storage into a data center which is operated by us. So you as a customer of this ownCloud solution, you don't have to take care on anything, because anything is operated by your partner, which is Bechtle, and the technology is delivered by ownCloud. So this is, I think, one of the marketing slides, or is one of the marketing slides we prepared for this. What you could see here is that based on the architecture of Bechtle's cloud and on-prem solutions, we are more or less able to provide any storage, let's say, solution, concept, architecture to the customer, regardless what the customer has as his legacy storage environment today, or which future to-be storage architecture he is striving for. Because we could offer to the customer to run his storage as a managed service. We can even put it in a co-location, or we can even offer to the customer access to the typical cloud services in the market, hyperscalers in the market. So there is a lot of flexibility for the customers to implement ownCloud, regardless what kind of storage architecture is below. So, I always take the wrong one. Okay, so as I mentioned, I already mentioned this. So there's on the one hand the chance that we run the storage environment of the customer as a managed service solution for him. We can even move his data into our co-location. We can even do a forklift and move his hardware, storage hardware, into our data center and run this hardware for him. We can orchestrate various cloud hyperscaler scenarios as infrastructure as a service, as storage as a service for the customer, or we can even provide hybrid solutions to the customer to combine these kind of architectures. So let me, actually I can skip this. So actually this is a slide which is showing our co-location services. You are all in the business, so I don't have to explain this to you. It's very simple. We run your infrastructure in our data center as a managed service, so as a typical co-location services. This slide is explaining, I'm pretty sure the slides will be provided to the people, right, Jörg? Yeah, so I can skip them. Okay. This slide is explaining the Bechtle, that's how we named it, the Bechtle Secure Information Exchange Services, which is more or less, in a nutshell, explaining what I already explained to you. So finally, just to sum up, what are we offering to our customers based on the ownCloud technology? Secure data exchange with an end-to-end security mechanisms. We offer a managed cloud or a managed ownClouds based on cloud storage. We offer managed ownClouds based on the own on-premise environment of the customer. And we offer managed ownCloud out of our co-location solutions. Which means regardless which kind of storage architecture the customer has, or which kind of storage architecture the customer wants to go for, Regardless, we as Bechtle, in cooperation with ownCloud, are able to provide, let's say, a holistic ownCloud solution to the customer. So it's more or less, in German we say rundum sorglos Paket. Can somebody explain this in English? Jörg? Full service, yeah. But you know, full service is such a stupid marketing word, you know. So I like rundum sorglos Paket, yeah. So it's really everything is done, yeah. All you need to do is, from a customer perspective, if you need to set up, as I mentioned in the beginning, a kind of open distributed value chain. So you need secure data exchange between the various players in your value chain. All you have to do is to sign a contract with Bechtle, and by this to sign a contract with ownCloud, and then ownCloud and us, we will deliver it, we will run it for you. You are safe, you are clean, and believe me, in the German market, I think this is really one of the biggest obstacles small companies have. How the hell should I provide my data? How the hell should I exchange data with the people in my value chain? And this is really one of the major obstacles. It's not about IoT. It's very often just about data exchange, about secure data exchange. And if ever possible, maybe in Germany, you know, the Germans are very sensible in this, yeah, and that's exactly what we can offer to our customers, yeah. Take your data, keep them, give them to us, don't worry. In the end, you will have an open value chain for you, your customers, and your suppliers. Any questions? Okay, I'm quite happy that you don't ask detailed technical questions to me. Whenever there is a question, don't hesitate to chat with us. As I mentioned, right more or less behind the door, right behind the door, you will find my colleagues and myself. And guys, take a cup. And if there would be customers in this room, don't just take a cup, take the service. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Great experiences in front of us here with Bechtle and their services. We have lunch now. We have a break till 2 p.m. And then between 2 p.m. and 3 p.m., I think we'll have some news about Android, mobile apps and things like that, followed by the famous quiz from last year. And I hope they have provided new questions. So I see everybody back at 2 p.m.
So do we wait or let's start the talk?
So, hope you all had a great lunch. Welcome to our afternoon session. We'll have a slight change in the schedule. So, if you are looking for the workshop on Agile leadership, you're wrong. That's upstairs. If you want to listen to improvements in the document provider for Android, you're perfectly fine here. Directly after this talk, and you have plenty of time,
Okay.
we'll have a talk about the metadata repository app, followed by a quick review about the mobile team methodology and how things have evolved over the time. And then we're going to do the famous ownCloud quiz. I think last year we took like 35 minutes. It's in the schedule for like 10, which sounds not really achievable to me. So we'll take enough time for the quiz. Then we do a break. And after the break, and I'll let you know when we do the break, how long the break will go, because we're waiting for a technical difficulty to be fixed till then. we have 2 more talks. One is from the great city of Munich in Bavaria, which talks about how to not put CDs into envelopes or USB sticks into envelopes or whatever to exchange data, but how to do it right, of course, by using ownCloud. And then we have the talk about Ansible, which we're gonna start at 5 p.m. I think, because the other workshop shall be finished by then. So if needed, we have another break between the city of Munich and the Ansible talk. And then again tonight at 8 p.m., and I'm probably gonna say this 2 times more, we have the party in the Harlem bar. Okay, I hope this clarifies or confuses everybody, depending on the viewpoint. Okay. And with that, we have a new team member to our Android team, Abel, and he will talk us about the document provider in Android, which, as far as I understand it, it's kind of the files app thing on iPad or on iOS. That's the equivalent on the Android side.
Yeah, you're right.
Perfect. And I'm very keen to hear everything about that. Abel, take it.
Okay. Hi all, I'm Abel. I started working with the Android development team some months ago, and during this period of time, we have been improving the document provider on the ownCloud app. So in this talk, I would like to share with you the last improvement we have done. But before that, let's explain a little bit what is a document provider. Yeah, a document provider let our files be available through the different providers that our ownCloud, our Android have. For example, any other cloud services or our local storage, micro SD card or USB. So any of these providers. So the document provider works with the storage access framework that provides a easy-to-use user interface. So we can provide we can perform some operations like rename, create files, delete files, create new files, edit some files that we have in our ownCloud account, and this kind of stuff. So this is important for ownCloud because we need to have a full integration with another apps like Microsoft Excel, for example, Microsoft Word, or any text editor, any photo editor that we have in our Android device. So let's start with the previous behavior. When I joined ownCloud, the document provider was written in Java, and it performs the more basic operations. We were able to do the most basic operations, like find ownCloud accounts, navigate through those folders, and open files, but only in read mode. So this is not the best user experience we can offer and you should offer. So my first task was to migrate the document provider to Kotlin. As David said on Tuesday, we are trying to migrate the current Android application to Kotlin because it's more powerful and more safe, and we are looking for more contributors to the ownCloud Android app. So it was important to migrate it to Kotlin, and the most important thing was not to lose any of the previous features that we had in the previous provider. So it was done. And once we have our document provider written in Kotlin, the first task was to rename a document. This is a quite easy operation, but really important because when we are navigating through the document provider, it's important not to move to our ownCloud account if we want to change a name. So it's important to have this operation and improve and performing. So we developed it, and it works the same way as it works in our ownCloud app, so no problem there. Next task, well, here we have a really simple flow of how it works. There we have the provider with some files in our ownCloud account. So we select a file, we select the rename file operation, and we rename that file to the other we want. So once the rename file operation was done, the next one was to delete a document. Delete a document is a really important improvement because allow us to move files from our provider to another providers or USB, microSD or local storage, for example. So it was very important to have this implemented in our ownCloud app. It works the same way as it works in the ownCloud app, so there is no problem there. The next improvement is well, we have also a little flow. We select a file, we select the bin on top right, and we have a confirm deletion dialog. And once we confirm that deletion, the file will be deleted. The next task was to create a new folder. Create a new folder is more important than we can expect because when we are moving files or folders from other providers to ownCloud, it's really important to be able to create a new folder if we want to store those files directly in our ownCloud account. So it was implemented and works the same way as it works in ownCloud app. This here we can see the same flow. We select the folder we want to create a new one and perform the operation. Next one is the edit document. Edit document is a really important feature that we need to implement because this allow us to open files from, for example, Microsoft Word and edit it and save it automatically and synchronize with the server once we have finished editing the file. So it was really important to have this feature in our ownCloud app because it full provide a good interaction between this kind of apps. So here we have a really simple flow. We open the Word, we push the open button on top left, on top right, and select browse option, and there we have our ownCloud account. So if we will select it, we can open a file. For example, we have here a document app. And next one is to edit the file. That once we have edited the file and we want to save it, we save that document, and the document will be automatically updated to our ownCloud server, and it will synchronize those files. But what happens when we want to upload a file and another colleague have edit the same file in the server? In this case, we will receive a conflict notification, so we can choose if we want to keep the local version, the server version, or we can choose even to keep both versions. Next task is create files from provider. This is probably the most important thing that we have developed because this allows us to perform a lot of operations. Here we have some examples that the create document allows us to do. For example, it allows us to allows in other apps, for example, in Microsoft Word or Excel, to create files directly in our ownCloud account. We will see later a simple flow of how it works. And it allows also to copy files from other providers to ownCloud. For example, if we have a USB or a micro SD card, we will be able to copy those files to our ownCloud account without problems. The same way, we can perform the move files operations from another provider to the ownCloud app. So here we will see a really simple flow of how the integration with work with the app of Microsoft Word works. Here we select to create a new file option on the top right. Then we perform we edit the file and edit the file as we want. And when we select Save As, we are able to browse our ownCloud app and perform the save to the file, the folder, or even we can create a new folder inside our ownCloud app to save this document. So this is a really important improvement, but not the last. But what's next? Well, in the next steps are the copy and move files in our account. We are right now developing the copy files from another accounts to our account or our account to another ownCloud account. So this will be a really important thing because right now we are not able to do it in our ownCloud app. The same way, we are developing the move files that works in the same way as copy files. So that's all from my side. And the code we have developed is in the GitHub repository of ownCloud. So feel free to check it and give us the feedback. The next steps will be available in the next releases, but all the previous ones are available in the current Google Play Store version. So feel free to try it and test it, and let us know if there is a problem or if it works perfectly. So thank you, and that's all.
Thank you so much. Since when is the document provider in Android? Which version?
Sorry?
Which version of Android introduced the document provider?
The API 19 of Android.
Okay.
In the
So the app version or the Android version?
The Android version, I guess.
Version, I think this is 6 and 7 and 8.
well, yeah. Sure.
It is called the download app.
Okay.
Version 9 and 10 is called the files.
Ah.
Yeah.
So at least on English, German translation is probably.
So Android has changed it over time. Since about Android version 9, I understand, there is the Files app, and we are supporting this now with current applications. Perfect. Any questions on Android and document provider? Christian?
Yes, you mentioned the move operation will be back. This is in Android, Android version 2.12 or?
So the question is about the move operation. It was mentioned this will be back.
Right now, we are the current version of the Google Play Store. We are able to move files from other providers to our ownCloud account. For example, from Google Drive or the local storage, we are able right now to move those files to our ownCloud account. But we are developing the option to move files within our ownCloud account.
Perfect. Great. Thank you so much, Abel.
Thank you.
So now let's do a quick change of the presentations. And then we continue with to learn about the metadata repository app. Der Name?
Oliver Archner. Der steht da nämlich irgendwie nicht. Steht gar nicht da. Ich habe jetzt auch mal ein Schild abgemacht. Ich habe gedacht, ohne Schild sieht schön aus.
Perfect. Great, so now we're happy to learn about the metadata repository app. Oliver, go ahead.
For the micro? Right. So welcome, everybody. Good afternoon. My name is Oliver. I'm working at the University of Bayreuth, and today I would like to show you our latest development in the field of apps. So Abel showed us an app for Android, and I will show you an app for ownCloud Server. We created an extension for ownCloud Server to manage data scientific-oriented projects. I've developed this app together with my colleague, Stefan Holzheu, and we are a small IT service center, and this is an in-house development application. My talk is structured in two major parts. So the first part is related to metadata, followed by a second part which shows you the features of the app, of course. And yeah, let's start with the metadata section first. So if we dealing with research data, the scientific project timeline looks like this. This is a typical scientific project. It goes from left to right. So after the project start, people are producing data, the scientists are analyzing the data. Perhaps we have internal reviews. This would be great. And after this finishing phase, the scientists would like to publish their results. And unfortunately, metadata is not a first-class citizen in this kind of projects. So the experience of us showed us that many people tend to ignore it and try to, let's say, annotate their data at the very end of their projects if they are forced to upload something on a foreign server in a foreign schema and under a heavy workload. And this is by not the best situation to produce high data quality and to fulfill scientific quality standards. So we thought it's a better idea to move it a little bit to the left. So and the good thing is that thanks to ownCloud Server, we are able to collect meta information right during the data production phase, and this is great. The advantage is that we have a lower workload there for our people when they produce the metadata. We can install a review process and to refine the metadata as well. And if there is time, we have more time, of course, to generate a benefit, not only for the consumer of the metadata later on when the project is finished, but also for the producer of the meta information. So, for example, when you are back at your office after a long journey, you have to search your folders, and if you had a good meta information in a system like ownCloud, you will be much faster, and the search for files will be much easier for you. So this would be the case if you have meta information right after the project start. What lessons have we learned? So, as I said, thanks to ownCloud, metadata must be created during the data production phase. So we listen on the synchronization process. Whenever a file is synchronized, we can create meta information there. And this is great. And when we listen on these files, we don't know in which kind of files we have. So probably we don't have a schema, a valid meta information schema to describe this, and therefore it's a must to start with a schema-less system. So because the meta information is enhanced over the time, and at the time of the data production, you don't know in which kind of schema the user is producing the data. And of course, keep it simple, and we did this exactly. We kept it simple, so we started with a core data model. We recommend our users to start with Dublin core, for example, and not with a big picture. So this finished my first sections. Now let's have a look at the features of the app. It's composed of 3 major parts. The first part is the README file. Yeah, it's a revival of a very old concept, you can say. So README file. Everybody has already created a README file. If you're a GitHub user, you are creating README markdown files, and we thought it's a good idea to transfer this kind of project concept into our own cloud server. So we invented a convention called README DC file, a naming convention. So the DC is an abbreviation for Dublin core, and it is a data source for our meta information. The search provider, as a second part, is running in the background. I will describe this later on. And we have included a search UI, of course, to search our meta information. So how does a README DC file look like? This is a typical example. Yeah, it's a simple text file with key value pairs. It's completely schema-free. That means the user defined what kind of key he would like to use. And the key is separated by a colon, and the colon is followed by the value of the key. We support multi-line text. We support null values. So for example, the publisher here is just empty, has an empty value. It doesn't matter, so these keys are ignored. We support multiple identifiers. For example, here we have 2 identifiers for our folder here. It's CLSC 10 and Corine, for example. This is our approach, and it's very flexible. It has a drawback that the user must type in a lot of text information, but to overcome this kind of limitation, we have a template for the user in our server, and when he would like to create a README DC file, he starts with a template as a blueprint. The README DC file annotates everything in a folder. So a typical annotated folder would look like this. So we have a README DC textual information with this key value pairs. And we have introduced another convention. It's called README DC picture, README DC quick look. And it is used later on in the resulting list when we research something, when we search for meta information, we will use this in the result list. The second part is the search provider. He is responsible to manage the search index and the quick look resources. We've implemented them, or we implemented the search provider as a microservice. And ownCloud fires events to the microservice whenever a README DC file is created, updated, or deleted. And the microservice is running in the background and manage the search index and the image resources. The Apache Lucene package is used to produce the index and allows us to query the meta information as well. So, and this is really a capable interface. As shown on this slide here, we have full text search, we have full text search with wildcards, we can query fields with logical operators, as shown on the third line here, even if we don't have a fixed schema. This is really useful here. And if we would like, we can query by a range as well. So the search provider is in the background and allows our users to define the query in a user interface shown here. The left side shows us the input box, and the user is able to define his queries in these Lucene syntax. And when there are matches, the matches are shown on the right side in a list. The list is ordered by relevance. The list is pageable. And the list contains links to the folder. In this example, 2 records and with 2 links. The first link is public. That means the current ownCloud user is allowed to go into this folder. And the second link is the private link. That means the ownCloud user is allowed to read the meta information, because every metadata in our ownCloud server is public by default. But he is not allowed to go into this directory because he doesn't have the rights to do it. The second column shows us the preview images, if we have one, as a title page, for example. And the third column shows us a quick look or a preview of the content of our meta information, including so-called hit highlighting information. Everything is shown here in yellow. This is the hit highlighting capability. Yeah, this finished the overall features. Let's have a look at the roadmap of our product. We started this year, and we published the first version, 0.0.3. I've learned that every ownCloud version starts with the O. Perhaps, so we follow this convention, 0.0.3. It's in production, even it's 0.0.3. We are hosting 3 major scientific data repositories on our cloud, and we are installed the extension there. We would like to publish it on ownCloud Marketplace, and at the end of this year. And next year we will enhance our product with faceted search. That means we would like to enhance the matches with some grouping. And of course, our project leads are interested in gathering or collecting metrics and stats out of our vocabularies, because they are interested to figure out what their scientists decided, which keys they use and which key frequency they use, for example. Everything is on GitHub, and it's licensed under the AGPL license, I think. You are invited to fork it, and if you have questions, just don't hesitate to contact me. Here are my contact information, and yeah, thank you for your attention, and I'm looking forward to your questions.
Any questions? Certainly looking forward to the publishing in the marketplace.
Yeah.
That will be great.
Yep.
And we should check out if the search can be combined with this Elasticsearch thingy or not, if this shall be separated or maybe combine it. I guess that's that will be an interesting question for the future.
Yeah, we only index our README, our manually defined README files. So it's not a full text search overall files that you would like, perhaps you expect. So.
And for that, search Lucene is probably sufficient, because we found out that for indexing everything, it was not sufficient.
So we don't have the latency is fine. So
perfect. Thank you so much, Oliver. Great talk.
You're welcome.
Okay. Next up, we do learn some how the mobile team. Sorry? Methodology evolution. Let's set up, and then we start right away. One quick moment. No, looks good.
Yeah, I'm there, but not in.
Oh. He needs to switch it on. Okay. Now, with a great pleasure to learn about the mobile team.
How our methodology has evolved during the time from the scratch, how problems we have had sometimes during the history. So
yeah. Perfect. Looking forward to that.
Okay. Okay, then now much better for this. Okay, let's start with the talk. During the next minutes, we are going to review how the methodology has evolved inside the mobile team from scratch, like an historical overview. So first of all, my name is Jesus Recio. I work as QA for the mobile team since the year 2015. And you have here my contact. If you want to touch me for everything you need, here I am. So let's start with a bit of context. So here you can read mobile team and agility have been always good friends. From the start of the development of the mobile apps for ownCloud from the year 2011, 2012, some years ago, the agility was the main methodology that we use to develop the mobile apps. With these first years of development, all the teams use agility with a very pure Scrum methodology that had a very successful results during these first years of development. But not everything is good. As maybe some of you already know, the year 2016 was a year in which there were many changes in the company. Many teams were affected, and of course, the mobile team was one of them. The teams were reduced. And for example, in our case, in mobile, I remember we had only one Android developer, one iOS developer, and one QA. So this Scrum, due to this reduced size of the teams, was dropped. And we started to do in like a day-by-day methodology. Day-by-day is not a methodology, but so to say with such a name. That's it, that the team decided a feature to do, the developers, QAs, etc. Works in such feature, and when it's finished, we get a new one. So it's day by day you are deciding what is the next you are going to work with. But of course, the time passes, the time goes on, and the teams again started to grow. The team get more size, more members there, so we were able to think beyond the day by day. That is the most correct, more correct view. Maybe not the most, the better, but we started to think in milestones. Historically, a milestone for the mobile team, and so for other teams, is like a version. Mobile team used to release new versions every 2-3 months in an approach way. So we started to use a tool, the ThenHub plugin. This is a plugin for many browsers that allows you to order in like a Kanban chart. And every example, okay, I don't forget to show you like a Kanban. I use a regular Kanban chart. So at the beginning of the milestone, the team put there the priorities for the milestone and started to work on it, moving changes, etc. And this was our way to do. So, of course, this has the pros and cons, as everything in the life. This is pretty flexible, but of course, sometimes can be a bit chaotic. This means that in the middle of the milestone, maybe the priority change, you have to put there new things, other things that were priority at the beginning maybe lost some priority and they are removed or postponed. So we are ordered. This is not a bad way to work, but maybe not the best one, because it has like a medium or long-term schedule that can suffer changes during the way. Okay, so we were working in that way correctly without losing the frequency of releases in the mobile team during some time, and then we find another milestone in our path. In the year 2018, the new iOS app started to be developed. What does it mean? That means that the team grew again, more people inside the team. So we started to have an amount of members that allow us to start to think and recover and reload again our first agile approach. So we were thinking about it, all the team involved, and also in the current year, 2019, we started to work with an approach, an agile approach, that is that we are currently using. Of course, in this talk, I'm not going to tell you or to explain you what agility is or what Scrum is. So I'm only to share with you which is the approach we are currently doing using this kind of methodology in the mobile teams. Our approach is based in bi-weekly sprints. In the case of iOS, sprints start on Monday, Android on Tuesday, and they finish 2 weeks later with a demo of the all finished stuff during this 2 weeks. We use, of course, sorted backlogs with the priorities of the top. This is regular behavior. We dropped this plugin ZenHub and started to use the GitHub projects, the native sorting or organization tool of GitHub. And also, we do estimations in advance. For me, this is one of the most important things. So that means that before starting to work in everything, the team has sit together and check what has to be done in every feature, in every issue is going to be included in any sprint. We also quantify this difficulty or easiness using estimation labels with regular labels on GitHub, like that one. Sorry, like that one. You can find it in our repos, open repos in GitHub. You can see numbers, 1, 2, 3. These numbers, maybe you have recognized them, are the numbers of the Fibonacci series, in which every number is the addition of the previous two, and also clothing sizes. This is because in the Android team, it's preferred the numbers, and the iOS team prefer the clothing sizes, so it's okay. Everything happy with that. And we try to put them in advance so we know what we have to do and a quantified amount of points for every feature. What else? So what is everything this for? What are we using this for? Let's take the Android example, okay? We have to take one. Let's take the Android example. So in later February or March of this year, we started to work on it. And of course, we face the sprint one. This is the sprint one. And the Android team, with Michael, with everyone here, started to check which stuff can be included in the sprint in order to be finished at the end of the sprint. Okay, we started to point estimated issues, everyone with his points, and at the end, in the sprint, were 56 points at the beginning, in the first day. Okay, we started to work on it, and what happened at the end of the sprint 2 weeks later? We have finished 25 points. Okay, you can think it's not very good, it's less than the half. It's 44%, so it's not very good. Of course, we didn't have a reference of points accomplished by the team before. It's the first sprint. But also it's important to say that there were an amount of points that were very close to be finished at the end of the sprint and were inherited to the second one. So this iteration will help in thinking in the future. So what happened in the second sprint as a new example? Okay, we think maybe the first sprint was only the first and we didn't have reference. Maybe we can do better in the second one and we include 57. It's a very similar amount of points like in the first one. Remember that we inherit some issues or some features from the first one that were close to finish, and at the end of the second sprint, we have finished 33 points. Also, it's not the best, of course, but we have at least we have done more than the half, 57%. Okay, in this way we start to iterate. Maybe you can think, hey, maybe you shouldn't put 57 in the second sprint, so less than that. Okay, the team takes decisions, and wrong decisions makes you to learn, so it's also not bad. But also you may think, this amount of points you put in every sprint, is 56 in the one or 57 in the second, seems a bit random. Why 56 or 57 and not 200 or not 20? Okay, so it's really not random, but also not with a base. So from the sprint 4-5, specifically, we started to work with suggestion of points. That means that at the beginning of every sprint, we have a chart, we have like a formula. Sorry. We have formed in a regular spreadsheet in which we are suggested a number of points to include in the next sprint. And the sprint is close to start, in order to know how many stuff we can put in this sprint as estimation. So which are these parameters? For example, we take the effort in the latest 5 sprints. This value is not being exact. Maybe we have to iterate to get better experience here, because the estimations are not as good maybe as we can. Let's check this later. Effort not only in terms of finished points, also in the effort that the team has invested to finish such points. Also the schedule, of course, if one member of the team is going to be out of the office or on vacations, or others, like for example attending a conference, Right now, in fact, we are in the middle of the sprint 13. So you have to take this in account in our formulas in the spreadsheet to check how many points are going to be included in the new sprint. So let me show you more or less how does it evolves in the time we have been working with it. Here you have, okay, I think the lines can be correctly distinguished. You can see here the shorter line is the green line that started later and corresponds with the suggested points. As I have told you, until the 5th sprint, we didn't start to work with it. This is the points we are suggested to include in every sprint. You see, sorry, the blue line, that is the compromised one. This is the points we put in every sprint, intended to be finished at the end, and also the red one is the completed points at the end of the sprint. So here in an ideal use case, these 3 lines should be only one. You are suggesting a number of points, you compromise this number of points, and at the end you have finished the same number of points. But this use case is so not realistic, so in a real use case, these 3 lines should converge in only one when we are able, iterating, to get better estimations and also not so optimistic. You can see in the second half that during some sprints we were suggested a number of points. We compromised more than this amount of points, but at the end we have finished less than the suggested ones. So we try to correct these not very well behaviors, and as you can see, later the lines converge again. And also we can see, for example, that the lines in the latest sprints are going up because the size of our team has been increased with Abel, that is working with us latest weeks. So we are able to put much more effort in every of the sprints. So finally, how does it help to the team? Why this is good for the team? The goals are more scoped. So once one sprint starts, the team has one goal in the very short term, that is finish everything included there. Helped by the estimation and by all the stuff I have already told you, but we have in our minds finish everything that we have put inside the sprint to show it in the demo after the sprint. So we have motivation every 2 weeks, goals in short term, so the team has, with the time, iteratively goals to achieve twice a month, in case of bi-weekly sprints, of course. Better medium-term estimation. Even when we are working with sprints, we didn't lose this milestone view. We keep on releasing every 2 or 3 months, so we have also milestones. And if the release is every 2 or 3 months, that means 4 or 6 sprints. So also we can estimate in terms of milestone how many stuff can be included in a new release. So not only in the short term, also in the medium term, we can quantify how much effort or how much stuff can be included in the new release. And also force us to think in advance. So it's the same as I have already told you before with estimations. Once we start to work on everything, we have thought about it. We know what we have to do to achieve the final criteria, to finish the work, and trying to avoid these situations in which you start to work on something and then you realize that this other part of the project is involved, and so this makes everything more tricky. So we're trying to think before what we are going really to do. So I think this is all from my side. Thank you for attending. And okay, let me show you again. I lost my contact. If you are interested in everything, here am I for you. Thank you. Okay.
Any questions? We can start the quiz, I think. Thank you so much. Okay. Are the people on stream allowed to do it with us? I guess so. Yes? Okay. Great. So we'll set that up technically. So we're not alone in doing the famous quiz. That was easy.
Okay, confirm that. No, it's due to Firefox. Open the screen.
Perfect. Go ahead with the quiz.
Okay, so thank you. Can you hear me? Not yet? Wait, no. No need to run? Okay. So thank you for being here. As I did last year, I want to make something different from the other talks. And it's a quiz related to ownCloud. And if you want to participate, you just only have to go to the URL that is over there. It's www.kahoot.it, or download in your device the Kahoot app. They will request you a PIN, and you will join to the quizzes. This quiz is related to the ownCloud environment. It's not only core, it's about all the ownCloud ecosystem. We will try, I think the questions are not very difficult, but who knows? And, well, hope you like it. There's no prize, but at least the glory of being the one that knows more about ownCloud, at least in this room. Let's wait a bit until people join. One minute more, and we will start. Welcome, not Carlos. So people are still joining us. So 10 seconds and we will start, okay? Thank you. That's an important step. It's not only about to choose the right answer, also time, it's important. The sooner you choose the right answer, more points you will. Okay, so let's start. 19 questions. So the first question. The new ownCloud frontend Phoenix is based on the following framework. Choose the right answer. Ten seconds left.
There are some lag maybe due to the people from the video. And yes, it's Vue.js. Vue.js is a framework that makes it easy to develop extensions for ownCloud. This was the right answer. Easy one, no? Hope so. So first is David. Next question. Highest PHP version supported in ownCloud 10.3 version. This ownCloud 10.3 version is right now under QA, and it will be released soon. It has a lot of improvements, as I already mentioned the first day in the talks. But here we are talking about PHP. Yes, it's PHP 7.3. He will be fully ready for PHP 7.3. So, for another leader right now. Next question. Which is the name of the standard used to implement the EMD integration in the ownCloud mobile apps? Also, the first day, there was a talk made by Mikahil related how it works and showing us the config of this app. So, appconfig was the answer. Appconfig allows us to configure the apps in a standard way. So, that's how it is done right now. So, another leader right now. Which config PHP parameter let us set the default app to open on login? As you already know, there are hundreds of PHP parameters. ownCloud is a product that can be very, very personalized, but we are asking the one about open for login. And the right app is default app. With this config PHP parameter, for example, you can set the calendar app when you, to be shown when you get login in ownCloud. You can choose the app that whatever you want. So HD is still on the first position, and CloudSurfer in the second one. So who can see collaborative tags? This kind of tags, you know that we have a tag system in ownCloud. You can set tags to the files. 10 seconds left. And that's it, all users. These collaborative tags can be seen by every user, so beware about the naming of your tags if you use this kind of tags. So, a new leader, Mike Bauer. So, next question. Which app is shown in the following screenshot? Can you see it? Hopefully, yes. Ten seconds left. And yes, it's the new app Media Viewer. This Media Viewer app kills two birds with one stone because it replaces both apps, Video Player app and Gallery app that are now deprecated. So, Mikahil Bauer and close offer. In a row. Let's go on. Which new public link permission was added in ownCloud 10.2? We had another way to share via link that was added in the last version already released in ownCloud. So, the right answer is download, view, and upload. We improved the public link sharing with a new permission for public links on folders that becomes available to users to allow the recipients to just only download, view, and upload, and prevents for doing other changes, for example, rename a file. It's a cool stuff. So my power is on fire. Next question. Next desktop client version to be released. Be quick. Four seconds to go. And yes, it's 2.6.0. This next ownCloud desktop will include a lot of new features, not only sharing improvements, but also, I think it's a very cool feature that was shown the other day. That is the status column that will make no longer problems with the overlay icons with other apps that can occur in the past. So, well, we have a leader. Next question. Name of the API used in infinite scale. We are waiting for that answer. And yes, it's CS3, already commented during last day and the first day. It's the set of APIs for interconnected storage, sync, and share, and application providers in a standard and a performant way. A cool stuff that will be arriving soon for ownCloud. So, same leader. Let's go for the next question. Which is the default login level for ownCloud.log? You know that it's possible to configure several log levels. But I'm asking for the default ownCloud log level. And the right answer is warm. So the undula is on fire. Let's move to the next question. Choose the wrong answer about full text search. Which of these answers is the wrong one? Yes, that's it. It will be soon available. It's right now under QA, nearly to be released, but it will be a community app, not enterprise stuff. So I really highly recommend you to try it in the future when it will release in the marketplace, because it's a great stuff. It allows you to search in the indexing files. So, okay, let's go for next question. Minimum system requirements for the new ownCloud iOS app. Just for make it work, not all the features that are included in this brand new app. Very cool new app that was shown before. And yes, that's the requirements needed. Also, I highly recommend you to stay tuned for the iOS beta. If you are a user of Apple devices, the iOS beta 1.2, that will, I think it will be very soon available, because it will contain a lot of improvements, like, for example, the iOS shortcuts. Okay, same leader. Next question. Programming language used in ownCloud infinite scale. 5 seconds to go. And yes, of course, let's go. We say goodbye to PHP. It was one of the most important features of the new architecture that we are developing right now, are the switch to the Go programming language and also to integrate the finished user interface. As it has mentioned many times during this conference, the OSIs will dramatically reduce the requirements for the database. So let's cloud software is near right now. Let's move to the next question. Which app is shown in the screenshot? Can you see it? Tough answer, sorry, if it is not very clear. And the right answer is Files Classifier. Files Classifier is a very cool app based on the classification of the files. This extension enables to uncloud providers to handle the documents in a secure way by imposing feature policies. So you can set as feature policy due to the classification of the document. So JRecio is on fire right now, a bit far, but who knows? I think it's the 15th question, so 4 left. Who can access to a file shared by a private link? Do you know that maybe for 1 year and a half, or at least 1 year, we already have this kind of links? One second. And yes, both users, the one that who shares and the one that receives a private link between those users. So it's very close for the first and the second position. 3 questions to go. What do we need to rebuild the OC files to other Android applications so we can perform some operations over those files? So yes, the right answer was document provider. And this question was mentioned before in 2 talks ago about the difference between document provider and files provider, because files provider is the one for the same name, is the same stuff, but the name for the iOS apps, as mentioned before. So this cloud software is in the first position, but it's very near Mike Bauer. And we have a question related to Android. Let's go to the other side right now. Which one of these features is already supported by the new iOS app and not supported in the old iOS app? And yes, that's the answer. Files app support, as mentioned before. You can get data from other locations. And that's already implemented in this new ownCloud app. If you haven't tried this iOS app, I highly recommend it you because it's brandly new. It has a lot of features and cool stuff. So HD is on fire now. Let's go to the 2 questions to go. Which app is shown in the screenshot? Hope it looks better than before. Which app is shown in that screenshot? So this secure view. Secure view was developed with Collabora, and for about science, it allows you to share files in an advanced way, in a more secure way. For example, you can use the watermarks as it was shown in the screenshot, or make that the files can be only viewed by the recipient, etc. So that was the answer. It adds more granular sharing options to the share of files. So Cloud Surfer has some the leader, and that's going to be the last question. ownCloud conference of this year. Which edition of the ownCloud conference is this year? Yes, that was the answer, 7th edition of the ownCloud conference. It's going to be this year, the 7th edition, and at least me, I'm looking forward to see you all again here in a new edition in the following year and for many, many years. So thank you so much for participating. And let's see who was Cloud Surfer. Pasquale? Okay. Just for a sweet moment, I was of sweets for you, and I said, thank you so much for participating. Thank you so much.
Perfect, perfect, perfect. Great. Thank you so much for the quiz.
Thank you so much, everybody, for participating.
And we take a short break. We will be back here at 4 p.m. We're starting sharp and pointly. 4 p.m., right back here. Get some refreshments. See you then. So. This is just in time. Perfect. Yeah, welcome everybody back to the ownCloud conference here in the afternoon. We do have now a great talk from one of our customers. We have the city of Munich show us what they do with ownCloud under the title "No More CDs in an Envelope," which probably was the typical transport mechanism before and still is the transport mechanism in many, many other cities and government organizations. And we hope that this motivates a couple more to follow in your paths. And with that, Roland, thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah, welcome to my talk. ownCloud, how we use it at the city of Munich. Subtitle "No More CD in an Envelope," as already announced. A few words about myself, first of all. I was actually born in Munich and I studied computer science in Munich. And then I was several years working for a US IT consultancy. And then at some point decided that I didn't want to do so much travel anymore and settled down back in Munich and then found the place to work at the city administration, and I'm an IT architect there. And I'm working especially in the areas of e-government, open government, e-payment, custom development with Java, JavaScript, and application security. And I'm actually working in a department, part of the city administration, which is called IT@M. That is an Eigenbetrieb in German, which is, it's still part of the city, so it's not like a limited liability company, but it's pretty separate in a way that, for example, for our services, we write invoices to the city administration, but with no VAT. And IT@M is part of the new IT-Referat of the city of Munich. So it's an IT department which is pretty unique for a city in Germany, that it has its own IT-Referat. And we have our own CDO, which is on a very elevated level, and that helps the IT in the city administration. We provide IT and telecommunication services for the city administration, and we have our headquarters at IT Rathaus, so it's IT Town Hall. It's in Munich-Mosach. There's also a picture here. And we have an image video which I want to show you, so see a bit more what we do. Now we see whether that works with the sound. No? It's in German. I've put some subtitles underneath.
Super, echt richtig tolle Drohnenaufnahmen. Gut, Leute, dann gehen wir mal rein. Ich glaube, das haben wir im Kasten. Vielen Dank, jetzt können alle wieder an die Arbeit. Einfach tippen und dann so ganz natürlich umdrehen, als würdest du uns gerade bemerken. Und bitte.
Oh, hallo. Ihr fragt euch sicher, was wir hier tun. Wir machen zum Beispiel die komplette IT-Unterstützung für Großveranstaltungen wie das Oktoberfest.
Oder die Online-Terminvereinbarung im KVR.
Super.
Ey, das ist meine
Dann machen wir jetzt noch die Konferenzszene. Genau. Und wie besprochen, alle total motiviert und immer lächeln. Klappe und bitte. Super! So, und jetzt brauchen wir nur noch den O-Ton vom Chef und dann sind wir durch. Und bitte.
Die Digitalisierung ist die große Chance für die Landeshauptstadt München und ITM ist die tragende Säule einer digitalen Stadt. In einer digitalen Metropole echte IT-Profis, digitalen Way of Life für unsere Bürgerinnen und Bürger, moderne Technologien für München. München digitaler Leben ist dabei unsere Mission. Digitalisierung, das digitale Zeitalter. Digitales Know-how, digitale und investieren in das digitale Zeitalter, indem wir in unsere wertvollste Ressource...
Super. Danke. So Leute, Drehschluss. Das wird ein geiler Film.
Unsere Mitarbeiter zu Digitalprofis entwickeln.
Ja. Okay. In the end, it was actually our CDO, so his favorite word is Digitalisierung. I'm working mainly in a project called, it's actually a program, in Open Government. It exists for quite a while, since 2013, and I was also part of it when we built it up. And what we do is we have several projects that build what we call Basiskomponenten, so base components, which are either cross-function services for the city or which are bases for projects, so they do it standardized way or they don't need to start from scratch when they do common things. So, for example, in the e-government area, we have the online service portal. It's a portal where we have online forms for our citizens. We have event registration management platform. We have e-payment for our services. And in the open government area, we have, for example, an open data portal. We have a survey platform. We have a cooperation platform. And now we're also introducing with ownCloud a new base component to solve the challenge. And the challenge is how to get big data, big files from A to B. And in fact, there were the cases in the past, I have been told, when it was urgent to get something from one department to the other, and the departments are all across the city or from a department to a third partner. They put it on a CD, on a USB drive, and they went on the subway to get it there. And that should not be it in the future. So we decided to introduce a solution for it. We picked ownCloud with the component name Datenaustauschplattform, so data exchange platform. And we already have a platform called Cooperation Platform. And you could ask, isn't that the same, or doesn't it include this functionality? So in fact, the Cooperation Platform has more the focus on wikis, blogs. It has a doodle-like meeting appointment functionality. And it does, of course, have functionality up and download files and cooperate on files, but with the focus on cooperation. It's not so easy to find. It's somewhere hidden in the functionality of Alfresco. So we decided that for the pure data exchange use case, we want something else. So we picked ownCloud. And actually, we have two versions of it, of the data exchange platform. And the differentiation factor is what we call Schutzbedarf in German. We can say something like security protection requirements. And SB2, so Schutzbedarf 2, is already live in place. And on the SB3, we are currently working to get it out. I will show you a bit more about what that means. So the SB2, the protection requirements level 2, means this is public data, okay, that is trivial, or it's internal data, but it has little or medium effect when it's compromised. And so there's also a definition saying data may not be handed out to others outside of the city of Munich without the consent of the department in charge, so that is the people that are master of the data. So for that platform, as I said, we're already live with it, and since our CDO likes videos, I have a video for that one as well. I can show you. This explains it a bit more than I can do it.
Na, wie haben Sie bisher Ihre Daten an Externe übermittelt? Damit ist jetzt Schluss. Denn ab sofort können Sie mit der städtischen Datenaustauschplattform, kurz DAP, sicher, einfach und flexibel Dateien mit Externen austauschen. Ihre Kontakte, Kunden und Partner können die Daten per Link hoch- und herunterladen. Super geeignet also für den Austausch von Dateien mit Agenturen und anderen Dienstleistern, für Antragsverfahren, Vergaben oder bei Wettbewerben. Zum Beispiel bei einem Fotowettbewerb. Einfach in die Ausschreibung einen Upload-Link setzen und diesen bis zum Einsendeschlussdatum terminieren. Alle Teilnehmerinnen und Teilnehmer laden ihre Bilder dann auf die DAP. Anschließend können Sie für denselben Ordner einfach einen Download-Link generieren und diesen an die Fotojury weiterleiten. Sie haben kaum Arbeit mit der Datenübermittlung und Verwaltung und der IT-Support wird auch noch entlastet. Nicht schlecht, oder? Mit unserer eigenen Infrastruktur sorgen wir dafür, dass die Daten dabei nicht auf unsicheren Servern im Ausland landen. Die DAP funktioniert für jedes Dateiformat und auch für große Dateien wie Videos, 3D-Daten oder Installationssoftware. Aber Obacht! Ab einer gewissen Größe wird es dann doch schwierig mit dem Upload. Komplette Videoarchive sind weniger geeignet. Damit die DAP schnell bleibt, bitte die Dateien am Ende wie gewohnt speichern, um Platz für neue zu machen. Den Zusatz SB2 hat die DAP übrigens, weil sie für den Sicherheitsbedarf 2 gedacht ist, also für nicht vertrauliche Daten. Denn wer den Link hat, der hat auch die Daten. Alles klar soweit? Dann jetzt die Datenaustauschplattform der Stadt München testen. Weitere Infos erhalten Sie auf der Wilma-Seite des Projektes E und Open Government im Bereich Basiskomponenten.
Okay. Okay, so like the video said, the SB2 works in a way that our employees who wants to use the platform do get a login, and they also get a quota with it, but they also get the responsibility for the data that lies within that quota. So they can upload files, they can share files and folders with others, and that's it, can create share links for up and download for others, for external users. And that's also the only way that external users can access the platform, so they don't get their own accounts. They only operate on these shared links on the quota from an internal user who has also the responsibility for that data. And the data gets deleted after 30 days just to keep the size small of the platform, because we are saying it's not an archiving platform, it's a sharing platform. Keep your stuff somewhere else. Just use this for sharing. So I'm an architect, so we need a few architect pictures. The architecture of the SB2 is quite standard. So we have an ownCloud server, Oracle database, Redis, the users are, internal users are actually it's an Active Directory. And we have made that in a setup with a load balancer in front of it. We have two ownCloud servers. It's less for performance, more for maintenance reasons, so we can maintain one and keep up service with the other one, and then the other way around. And external users access that through the internet, through our web application firewall, but like I said, only on the links. And the whole setup is in our demilitarized zone. Now for the SP3. The protection requirement level 3 means this is now confidential data, which has a high effect if it gets compromised. There's still a level 4 after that, but we don't have a solution for that currently. Level 4 is danger for life and things like that. So definition also says data may not be handed out to others, also other people inside the city administration who are not nominated as eligible by the department in charge, by the master of the data. Facts about that platform starts pretty similar like for the SP2. So our employees get a login with that one, get a quota, get responsibility with it. They can upload files, they can share with others. And externals, now that is different, get a login with a two-factor authentication, but they don't get a quota. So still, they can only work if they get something shared by an internal, because we don't want that platform to turn into a movie sharing or whatever platform between externals. And still here, files get uploaded after 30 days, get deleted, sorry. Okay. Architecture-wise, starts pretty similar, same setup as for the SP2, two servers with a load balancer. But now this is in the internal data center. And if an internal user now wants to share something with an external user, he doesn't do this directly with link sharing anymore, but we have a separate instance of ownCloud in our demilitarized zone. And we'd have the federation feature between them. So actually, the data gets federated to the external version, handed through the external instance, and only on that one, the external users have access. Now with accounts, but they don't do a login directly at ownCloud. They do it through our central identity provider that is based on the open source software Keycloak. Actually, we have the commercial version of it, Red Hat single sign-on, but it's the same product. And the users are not inside Keycloak. They are, again, in an LDAP store, which is specifically for these external users. And the Keycloak software, we're not using that vanilla. We had to make a few extensions to it to do what we want. And this extension package we call Safe. And that's the last thing I want to make a deep dive in, tell you a bit more about this Safe component. So Safe is an add-on, small extension to Keycloak. And the thing is with Keycloak, it already has support for two-factor authentication with TOTP. But it does it a bit different from what we want. So Keycloak is a multi-tenant system. And they call the tenants realms. So if in one realm you enforce, you turn on that single sign-on is mandatory, and the user doesn't have single sign-on, two-factor authentication in place, he actually gets on the login screen, gets the QR code presented. And that's not what we want, because we want someone who doesn't have the second factor shouldn't get into the platform. So we've made a change there. Actually gets an error message if he tries to log in and only has one factor in place. And the other thing we've done, we've extended it in a way, because in the vanilla version, only the users themselves can create TOTP secrets in Keycloak. But we want that an administrator can do this, so we added an interface to it, so this also works through an API. And then we had in place a separate tool, a small tool, which we call SafePrint, which actually facilitates creating letters with the QR codes that we send out to the externals. So that's features of Safe. Safe actually stands for starke Authentifizierung für Ferneinsatz. Ja. So the architecture for SAFE looks like this. So also the process in here, if an administrator wants to have a new external user accessing ownCloud, there has to be a new entry in the external LDAP. So down here. And then he uses SAFE print to generate the TOTP secret in Keycloak and to to create the letter that he wants to send to the external user. So what happens next is the external user gets an email with a link telling him that he has to set a password. So there's a self-service portal which he accesses from the link and then sets the password in the external LDAP, which has the effect that no administrator knows this password, doesn't go through the hands of an administrator, the user does it directly. And then some days later, when snail mail arrives, also gets the letter that we created in SAFE print, which has the QR code in it. And now the external user scans the QR code with the app. So since TOTP is a standard, he or she can use any app, but we suggest FreeOTP because it's from Red Hat and Keycloak is also from Red Hat, so we think it's a good match. And now the user is ready to access ownCloud. So tries to log into ownCloud, and now we have the new OpenID Connect plugin installed in ownCloud, which does a single sign-on redirect through OpenID Connect to Keycloak. In Keycloak, user logs in with username and password, generates the second factor in the smartphone app, and does that one as well. And if that is all fine, it gets redirected back to ownCloud and finally gets in. Okay, one thing about this process, the advantage of this is that the QR code gets a different way to the user than the password. So even if the computer of the external user is compromised, that computer never sees the QR code. So at least the second factor, the secret for the second factor is safe. A few words about this OpenID Connect plugin. We've received that from ownCloud, but I understand it's still an early version. Testing that right now, but it works fine with Keycloak. And the advantage of it is we've compared it with the SAML plugin, which exists for quite a while for enterprise ownCloud. But for that, you need to install third-party software on the server, Shibboleth. And that is quite a hassle to install and to keep updated. So we prefer OpenID Connect and the OpenID Connect plugin because you only need to install that one, and it's pretty easy to configure. It's a small config file. You see that here. That's all you need. It does the authorization code flow. If you know a bit about the flows of OpenID Connect, that's the best flow security-wise. And it also has some logout functionality. This is a screenshot of the SAFE print application. We've built that with our JavaScript reference architecture, so it was pretty quick to do. It's actually kept in our container infrastructure on OpenShift basis. And the letter we generate from it looks like this. So you see the QR code here on the second page, which you need to scan in the FreeOTP app. So a few screenshots about the login process. You're starting from the ownCloud, not logged in yet, so gets forwarded on to the login and the Keycloak. First of all, username and password, if that is correct. The next step also asks for the one-time password. Generate that in the app, enters it in this field, and then if that is fine, gets redirected back to the ownCloud and finally gets in. So, and that's it from me. Thanks for your attention. Yeah, here put a comic from XKCD where it's also some guy consulting his friend how to get data from A to B, and yeah, email too big, and FTP, you don't have a server, and in the end, they send it over via USB drive. So that shouldn't happen to us. Therefore, we have our node platform now. Thank you.
Perfect. This is really, really good and saves CDs in the envelope. So that's great stuff. Any questions from the audience? No questions at this time?
Tired?
Maybe. Yeah, so soon way more people can try out OpenID Connect. You and one other customer are really the test beds there, and OpenID Connect we think is really the standard to go for in the authentication space. This seems to be the most simplistic, most secure way to do things, and we'll certainly hear way more about that in the future. Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
The workshop is not yet done, so I guess we have to wait till 5 p.m. for the Ansible talk, because that's where the workshop will be done, and then we'll get everybody back here at 5 p.m. for Ansible. Thank you.
Okay. Welcome to the last official talk of this year's ownCloud conference. Robert Kaushoff and Eric Neubauer are going to talk about ownCloud deployment with Ansible. I'm really proud that we have this talk this year. It's actually an initiative that I started a year ago, and we'll see how this is going to help deploying ownCloud in an automated way. One more organizational matter. The party tonight starts at 8 o'clock at the Harlem Bar, Louis-Paul-Straße. Hope to see all of you there. And I'll just hand over to Robert and Eric, and yeah, have fun.
Yeah, thanks, John. My name is Robert. I've joined the ownCloud team a few months ago and working as a DevOps engineer, and the last weeks we hardly work on the Ansible deployment stuff. Yeah, and we will talk a bit about deployment scenarios and how Ansible works and how does this stick together with ownCloud in this talk.
Okay, my name is Eric. I'm also very new in the ownCloud team. I also do a bunch of support, and I've used Ansible a little bit to already deploy some customer sites. Why are we starting to deploy ownCloud with Ansible? What is our motivation is our first topic. Then what are the limitations of the current project? Then we'll just briefly talk about some Ansible basics and about how it works in more detail. And we also had planned kind of a live demo, but it's going to be a little less live now. So we'll see how that goes. The motivation was, first of all, that we had a customer that wanted to deploy lots of ownCloud instances, but didn't want to use Docker. So the only real solution is to use some kind of configuration management system that allows you to install ownCloud automatically. With that, we also then started to build basically a multi-distro installer. So we don't not only support one distribution at the time, we also support a few more. So we can quickly deploy, for example, a POC at a customer site, so the customer can try out ownCloud. The Ansible way of installing things also gives people an easy way to get started with ownCloud. They basically have to run the playbook once, and they have a working installation. This also gives us an opportunity to define some standard in our deployment for configurations like Apache settings, PHP settings, MySQL settings, all of these kind of things. It makes our deployments reproducible. So if somebody screws up some settings, we can easily say, this wasn't part of our deployment. We just redeploy and have our working setup again. But it also allows us in the very end to plug in other solutions, for example, for a database provider that allow for a highly customizable and complex setup where you can start playing around with high availability and all these kind of things. The current limitations of the Ansible playbook that we've built is that it's only tested against Ubuntu, CentOS, and Red Hat. And that's also not automatically tested. That's just us running it, basically. Another problem is that ownCloud was never really built with an idea of configuration management in mind. So system configuration is handled in different ways, and that complicates the setup for us. If we want to use Ansible to configure everything. Also, more complex apps, like for example, let's say LDAP, you want to configure LDAP service, and you have lots and lots of settings. That will be very hard to deploy with Ansible, get all the settings in there correctly, because currently this is not properly tested, but we'll get there. And yeah, some apps also don't provide a configuration file or anything. So Robert is now going to start talking about how this works in a little bit more detail.
Okay, so before we start talking about Ansible, short question, is anyone in this room who does not know what is Ansible? Somebody who has not worked with Ansible before? Okay, a few one. Okay, so I will make this part a bit short. Ansible is an open source configuration management which is currently maintained by Red Hat and the community. Ansible works YAML based, so everything you have in your Ansible setup are mostly YAML files. YAML is mostly human readable and acts as an abstraction layer between the Python backend and the front end, which the users or administrators works with. The main three parts, if you start working with Ansible, are modules, roles, and playbooks. So modules are simply Python scripts, which handles the completely logical operations and the real functionality. As a user or administrator, you will simply use these modules and never see any Python code. Roles are the next step. Roles basically use modules, so we'll define roles for every part in your setup. So for ownCloud, we will have an Apache role, which takes care of the installation of Apache and the configuration stuff and set up your website configuration, TLS, and so on. And we will also have PHP, Redis, and MySQL, and also an ownCloud role. So the last part of this Ansible stack will be playbooks. So playbooks bundles multiple roles to a real software stack, and you simply run this playbook, and this playbook will execute all defined roles and the underlying modules for you. Ansible is basically agentless, so you simply use SSH to configure your remote system. As a user, you will simply download this Ansible stack, including playbook roles and so on, and you can control your setup with variables. So Ansible have different places where you can add variables, and depending on the order, they will load it and override it. So in these roles, we will ship. There are default settings, and you can override the default settings within your inventory file. And that's the way you can customize the defaults so that the values fits for your own environment. Okay, so how this works in the ownCloud environment? We had set up a project structure following mostly the Ansible best practice recommendations. So you have an inventory folder. In this inventory folder, you have multiple subfolders. You have a library folder which contains custom modules written by us to do some more handling. A playbook folder containing 3 sub-playbooks and a setup playbook which includes or loads the other 3, and the roles folder with the roles. So why this structure? Somebody is thinking about building a standalone role and put all this stuff in one ownCloud role. Mostly this is a bad idea because splitting out the functionality to some minimal roles bring you the possibility to maintain these roles better and also do versioning. So if we need to add some breaking changes to one of these roles, we can versioning these roles, and you have to actively upgrade the roles to the new version, or keep the old version if you have not the time yet to migrate these breaking stuffs. The setup also contains shared playbooks, which means each inventory you defined uses the same playbooks. So the playbooks are designed to be used for the complete project structure. And the inventory folder can be separated by your customers or multi-stages if you have so you can define testing environment where you do your test deployments, test new apps, test new configurations, and if you are fine with this, you can copy over this to your production environment and deploy the tested setup. As mentioned before, we have built or written 2 custom modules. The 2 custom modules are used as an abstraction layer for the OCC command. If you're familiar with the administration of an ownCloud, the OCC is a command line tool used to configure the ownCloud with the CLI. We have done this custom module and not using the OCC commands directly in Ansible because there is an Ansible way how this stuff works. So Ansible requires 3 states, OK, changed, or failure, and to handle these states and deliver these states to the user front end, we have built these 2 custom modules. The first custom module is OCApp. OCApp acts like a package manager for ownCloud apps. You can install, uninstall, disable, enable ownCloud apps. As a code snippet below, for everyone working with Ansible, this should look very familiar. You have some attributes, the name, the state, where you can decide between present or absent. To uninstall apps, you can enable or disable this app. And there is also a feature to install apps from a tarball located on your local web server. So if you don't have internet connection in the network where your ownCloud is located, you can set the from URL parameter to true, and instead of the name, in this example gallery, you can put a URL to a tarball, and the module will install the required app from a local web server.
And I guess this is also basic auth?
Yeah. Basic auth is the only supported authentication method because we inherit this functionality from the underlying Ansible system. So the second app is OC-config. OC-config module uses the OCC command for ownCloud settings. The configuration is split into two different namespaces. One of this is system, which will be able to set some system-related settings, like the time zone. You have the ability to also set some app configuration. In this case, you replace the name attribute with the name of the app you want to configure, and then you can pass attribute and the corresponding value to this app setting. Okay, then I think we start with a live demo.
Yo. So let's have a quick look. So basically what I'm doing here, let me try if I can get this a little bit bigger. Is I'm running the Ansible playbook with an inventory file and with the setup YAML. We're going to have a quick look into that while this is running. So first step always is gathering facts, and then we've cheated a little bit here, and I've already ran the playbook before, so to speed it up a little bit, because we measured the time and it was running if you install from scratch with all the apt commands for over 15 minutes. So let's have a quick look here. We are running this on a specific host. All we have to do here is provide it a IP address and the three different roles, database, let me make that even bigger. Redis and ownCloud are all on the same host in this case. So you could, for example, say you want to have your database on one server, your Redis instance on the next server, and your Apache PHP stack on the third server. And then we are running the setup YAML. A setup YAML is just importing the playbook's database, Redis, and ownCloud, which are right next to it. And in there are the different roles defined, which are actually being installed. So all of this is now being installed on just one server. First the Redis instance, then the database, and then Apache PHP, and finally ownCloud. In the defaults of the ownCloud playbook, there are basically all defaults already set. All you have to define in your own instance to get the minimal setup running is these three settings. Actually, it was planned to have only two, and that ownCloud trusted domains is automatically set as well. But for some reason, it wasn't getting set in my instance, so I had to define it as, again. We'll have a look into that and see why it didn't quite work. Yeah, let's have a quick look back into the terminal. So this is still doing the setup. It's looking whether dependencies are being installed or have been installed already. Obviously, because we have run the whole playbook before, it will say with every task that it is okay, because it has already run and doesn't need to change anything. Yeah. So. One thing I think we didn't mention so far was that we've had a chat with the managers here, and this is going to be released publicly as open source project after this conference at some point.
Yeah, I think we need some few weeks to clean up a bit the repository we're currently using, and also restructure this into multiple repositories. But yes, then it will be released on GitHub.
Yeah, because at the moment, Redis and MySQL are still part of this one repository, which doesn't make 100% sense, because you might want to plug in your own Redis playbook or your own MySQL playbook and just use the Apache PHP stack plus ownCloud for your personal setup, and plug in whatever you have already available for the rest. So you can see here, for example, that some of the core settings are being set. And by default, we can also have a quick look through the defaults of the playbook. So it, for example, already sets admin and ownCloud as password. So you already know the domain. You could potentially log in already. And so we will take this one down straight away afterwards. And further on, you see that there is some apps. Where was that? Some apps are being installed. Yeah, exactly. The two-factor app is being installed, the gallery app is being installed, and password policy is being installed. And we will confirm that this actually worked once we log into the ownCloud instance.
So I think this playbook will take some minutes. Any questions at this point we can answer now?
Oh, sweet. So now we can log in. I can probably make this a little bigger. Now, if we look into the settings, and for example, under security, we can see that two-factor auth app has been installed. And if you, for example, look here, the gallery app is also installed, which was the third one.
Yeah, if you look in the general setup point, you can see there are also no warnings. So the only warning is we are not using SSL.
Yeah.
So the rest should be set up correctly and following the documentation. Yeah, cron jobs are configured. There is also a system cron deployed to the cron tab of the system. I guess the release channel is also set by default to production. Yeah, right. Yeah, so there are some basic configuration pre-configured with the minimal setup.
Okay, that was it, I guess.
Yeah, I think we are.
Thank you very much for staying late to this last talk.
Okay, thank you everybody. Thank you, Robert. Awesome work, really cool. I think this will ease a lot the deployment of ownCloud and yeah, making life easier in our professional services. Yeah, another organizational announcement. At 8 o'clock, meet us in the Harlem Bar. And thank you for this awesome last talk of the ownCloud conference. Have another nice day tomorrow, hacking together. Get in touch with us, talk with us. We have dedicated time tomorrow to be around. Okay, thanks.